noticed that.
I mean, like, what I wonder is this the first time that one of our characters has sold out another one of our characters?
Technically second, but yeah.
What was the first?
I don't want to say.
Who'd you sell me out to?
Who did you sell out in general?
I didn't.
I mean, technically, I've sold out Kevin twice.
Yeah.
Once was to Rafal.
Oh, that's true. That is
The whole Thieves Guild thing.
That is true.
Weapons dealing.
Okay, so besides Thule selling out Kevin, is there anyone else?
No, I think because Kevin is the only one that was warranted being sold out.
Right, because
generally we play nice.
None of the One Horn Pirates got sold out. None of our Star Wars characters got sold out.
As long as it's Thule narking on Kevin, it's double jeopardy, so we can't charge her with the same thing twice.
Yeah,
that is true.
I guess you could kind of say that we sold Lucas's wizard a little bit.
You mean the one that Amanda fried?
The one that Amanda murdered. Yeah.
Yeah, I got sold out real quick.
Snitches get stitches, bitches.
Yep, and dwarves lose hands. That's what happens.
Mm-hmm.
Is it?
It's a dangerous world out there.
Yep.
Have you seen a dwarf? I haven't.
I don't think dwarves lose hands so much as they chop them off of themselves.
He lost the second one.
All dwarves are Skywalkers.
Yes, indeed.
They do have a flair for the dramatic.
That's true. I have inspiration.
Yeah, we all got it for good RP in the projector room.
Did I use it already?
I don't think we've had a chance to use it.
I just don't think I marked it down.
I thought I did. I'm going to say that I did. I think I did.
Well, why don't we test this thing out? Have everybody go ahead and roll a d20 to see who's going to give the recap.
Oh God, I need to roll Midland.
Well, I'm rolling my die that Lucas gave me here, so here we go.
Highest roll gets
I got a 15.
No, I rolled a 2 the first die.
10, right in the middle.
I'm gonna have to roll
13.
Because I genuinely
13.
just lost my d20 because it flew out of my
I mean, 13 doesn't bode well for me in this week. I think I might fail a class.
God, I'm not a good person to recap because I wasn't in a lot of last session. I did a lot. I want to tell everyone I love you all, and I want you to know how supportive I am of you. Because I did a lot of just listening last session.
You did, and you're grade A sport for it.
I did almost nothing last session. Rafal played with his lions, summoned his Pegasus, and walked through the city. I think that is everything Rafal did last session.
I felt so bad because it was towards the end of the session before I realized it was the end of the session. And I was like, fuck, we didn't get to do any downtime with Rafal.
Literally,
now's the flashback where we find out what Rafal did.
We talked in the inn a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna try my best. Okay, so we started out with Thule and Agrimar and the resurrection of her ex-boyfriend Vale, which then they filled Vale in on kind of where he is, what happened, everything with Sister Larice and the Oracle, and Rafal being a badass, and everyone else being badass, but for some reason it kept coming back to Rafal somehow. And I believe Vale didn't understand that Thule wasn't part of the church anymore, but did put together that Agrimar and Thule were sleeping together. Oh, well, I mean, we assume it hasn't actually happened in canon, but they're romantically linked. There we go.
Nobody told Vale otherwise.
Yeah, romance ensues. And so we have the formulation of a triangle is really what I'm trying to say. Is there is a Thule Agrimar Vale triangle going on.
We finally got our Team Edward or Team Jacob going on.
I mean, I am solidly Team Agrimar. You know, like even though, or maybe not. Maybe Thule is breaking apart Rafal's group. I don't know, but
And she'd do it with a smile on her face.
God, she would. That's what those bards do. You can't trust them. So after that, Rafal was training the young ones in the living room, and Nari was
Eating a celestial soul.
right. That all happened too. I yelled at Nari last session. Yeah.
She took some con damage. And there was a light
Permanent
explosion
con
that
damage.
woke a couple of people up.
Yeah, Thule and Rafal went out there, and was it Thule? It was, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Thule and Rafal went out there and kind of confronted her about the
angels.
non-sustainable nature of her condition. Let's put it that way. That's the nicest way to put it. The non-sustainability of the nature of her condition. And it came back to the same predicament that it has come to before, where Rafal's like, please don't eat the people of this city, and she's like, I kind of need to eat the people of this city. And so Rafal in the end was like, fine, bounty board, go ahead, I can't stop you, but I just know I'm disappointed. And then Agrimar came up and talked to her. I don't remember what y'all talked about.
Agrimar suggested a different way that didn't involve her killing people on the bounty board to keep you happy.
And she said no to that, if I recall.
She said, if it came down to it.
Got it. Right. It was something about draining you, right? I think.
Yeah, giving her my blood instead of her killing people.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a vampire on our hands, and
We have for the last year.
yeah, it's starting to get complicated. And then after that is when Rafal made his way to the castle, summoning up Shaka and Nuwazi to play with them a little bit, and also summoning up Achilles and making sure everybody was happy. And then he paraded through the streets like you do, cape billowing. And then Thule, Nari, and Callum did some things last session. Invisible. He had some invisibility shenanigans. Where Ben, you're gonna have to fill me in. I don't remember everything that Callum did. Because I didn't realize he was doing things being invisible.
That's no problem.
Being sneaky sneak.
I'll let you finish, and then I'll go back to what Callum did.
All right. Well, Callum, because eventually Callum, Nari, and Thule are like, we're gonna go into the sewers, right? Because that's right, they go to the Baylor's retreat. So the three of them go to the Baylor's retreat, and they meet up with the guy. Hold on, don't tell me I'm gonna get him. Reese Kincaid. They meet up with Reese, and there's an exchange of information, and the soul stones, is that what they're called?
Yes.
And Reese was like, yo, you didn't tell us the truth. These things were really hard to get. We had people die. Nari's like, oh, I'm sorry, playing dumb. And like, and then eventually Nari, or Thule.
Oh, she wasn't playing good.
Yeah,
She didn't know what was down there.
yeah, but she's like, I don't know what they do. Oh, no, I'm kidding. But eventually Thule coughs up a bunch of gold to buy a bunch of soul stones, and I believe the stones came from S4, because that's the one that's missing off the map. No, it's not. It's up there. Isn't that the where they came from, though?
That is, yes, because that's kind of near the Vale's headquarters.
Nailed it. So, Reese was like, yo, we're going to keep exploring for these things. So they're going to go check out S5. Y'all are going to go check out S3. Is that right?
Yep.
Man, I'm nailing this. After that, Thule ran into one Gru Serrato, who was gambling at the Baylor's retreat, and she talked to him. What did you talk to him initially about? There was a reason you wanted to talk to him.
Reese asked Thule about if there were any other Fofrites in the city. She said to her knowledge there was not. And he mentioned that there was a fire at Lord Montaigne's estate, and that the sergeant was assigned to finding out, who owned an item from that person. So he pointed her in his direction, and she got the info out of Gru.
And then proceeded to sell Kevin out.
Yes.
And I believe
Out of earshot of both Callum and Ari.
Correct, because I believe Callum even rolled a perception check and didn't hear, right? Because of the natural 20 on the stealth check. That's right. And that was about it. That's about everything I remember from last session.
Yeah, so Callum had gone back to his shop.
I don't remember what else Agrimar did.
Agrimar was crafting some stellar breastplate armor for Vale, and he was getting him started up at the Maker's Temple.
Oh, that's right, and he talked to Callum's simulacrum.
Yes.
Callum, not Callum.
Exactly. And
Callum, but not quite.
And Callum had gone back to his shop with Zara, and he came back later to the inn, but he came back in invisible. And he went and found Nari and whispered in her ear to not react or do anything, and just go, somewhere private so that they could chat. And he talked with her, and they decided that, they probably still really need to go down to the sewers and figure out what was going on. But Rafal was likely to be, a stick in the mud about how to do things. So he just wanted to see if we could kind of go on and take care of some of that. And as everyone was kind of breaking up, it was like 4 a.m. when all this was going on. But when everybody sort of broke up and started going their own directions, he got with Thule as well and tried to get her to go with him, which she did.
And I got us some awesome health potions.
One heck of a bargain, because I was fumbling my math. Abacus is a tricky tool.
To be fair, Rafal lets you guys get away with a lot of stuff.
And there's even more that we get away with that he doesn't know about.
Yeah. Stick in the mud. That's not fair. Yeah, he draws the line at murdering people. Oh my god, what a stick in the mud.
He's no fun.
God.
Exactly.
So we pick back up with Rafal walking beside Achilles with Shaka and Ulwazi by his sides as they approach the guard gate at the base of the pyramid of Misthaven. With the long ascent in front of him, the guards recognize him and are relatively quick to wave him through the crowd that has gathered up down here, with all sorts of praise and applause being shown his way. Kids coming up wanting to pet the lions, and Shaka and Ulwazi just kind of leaning into some of these scratches. Like the ones behind the ears are really getting them in a good spot.
They're good lions. They're really nice.
They are definitely loving this attention. As you start making your way up the ascent of the stairs, it's not terribly long before you find yourself hammering upon the massive doors of Castle Misthaven that are thrown open by the guards inside with a bit of a wooden groan. I'm not going to try and attempt. Perfect. Thank you. They usher you inside towards the back of a queue that has formed up of pedestrians effectively coming with their grievances before the queen.
If there's like a long line, he's going to go see his mom first.
There is about 20 people in line if you'd like to make your way elsewhere through the castle first.
Yeah, he'll go see his mom first, and he also dismissed Shako Ilwazi and Achilles as he was climbing.
Entering.
Yeah.
Okay.
Achilles he doesn't actually dismiss; he just lets him fly away.
Do some laps.
Yeah. Well, because he doesn't need to cast the spell again, mechanically speaking.
So you make your way around to the tower where you know your mother's quarters to be, and it's not too long before you find yourself approaching the hallway where her door is at, and you can see the door to her bedchamber is drawn closed. And there's a couple of people nearby inside of the cafeteria, and faint murmurs of chattering being held.
Is Artoria's door open?
Artoria's door is closed.
Okay, she's probably with the queen anyways. Yeah, Rafal's gonna go just knock on his mom's door.
With a soft rap on the door, you wait a moment or two before you hear a scuffling on the inside, clicking of the lock opening up as the door swings open, and you can see a relieved look across your mother's face as it's clear that she was not expecting you, but she's happy with this surprise. Rafal, come on in. This is a pleasant surprise, if I do say so myself.
Well,
What brings you by?
I did make a promise to you that I would come by more often, so I'm trying to keep my promise. It's been about a week, and so I thought I would stop by.
Well, I appreciate that. And as she leans in...
Is my math right on that? It's been about a week since the whole Kevin break-in situation?
From her side of things, yes.
Yeah, God.
Time is weird when you're in alternate dimensions.
Well, that and time is weird in relation to D&D in real life because that was so fucking long ago.
Yeah, it was like 4 months ago.
Anyways, yeah, so, it's been about a week, and I thought I'd stop by and see how you're doing. How you holding up?
She leans forward and gives you the biggest embrace, leaning in for a hug.
Ah!
And you can hear her wincing somewhat as you hold her back.
Everything okay?
It's all right. I just slept a bit funny, and well, it's nothing. How are you? How's everything going with the Order of the Phoenix?
Insight check.
Go ahead.
She has disadvantage on lies.
That's true. 18.
She's lying to you.
What do you mean you slept funny? Tell me more.
It's probably nothing. It's just these weird dreams I've been having lately.
What kind of dreams? Please, if you don't mind. You're not the first person that I've heard this from, so that's what piques my curiosity.
Well, it's as I said. I don't want to get anyone up in a stir because of a dream or anything like that, but it has been a bit disturbing, and some nights I've found myself avoiding sleep and brewing up another kettle of tea to keep myself awake. It's so strange. Some of the details of these dreams just seem so real sometimes. It's like I'm actually walking through the Gray District, and I come across a crypt, and I'm just compelled by whatever reason to enter. And upon descending the stairs, I venture through the darkness, and eventually I can start to see again. And she kind of softens her voice as her eyes drift more towards the floor as she's kind of visibly recalling the dream rather than talking to you. She's focusing more on the details of it than having to look at your reaction. And there, strapped to one of the tables on a medical gurney, is your father. And it looks as though he's only recently deceased. There are a series of small cuts, like surgical marks and drawings upon him, and all manner of tools splayed out on the countertops nearby. I don't understand what it could mean, but It's disturbing to say the less, and it's not very ladylike to bring such things up amongst the court. Anyways, some mornings whenever I wake up,
the crypt that
I'm in
you're
a
describing. Rafal's going to describe what the Seraph Manor looks like. Does it look something like that?
As you start describing like the entryway with the carved skulls and their placement around the front stone archway, you can see a look of confusion begin to churn and distort her face. Like she's not sure why you're able to identify a door from her dreams.
Rafal's gonna do something that I don't think most people consider that paladins can do. He's gonna extend his aura of courage to his mother so she can't be frightened. I can do that, right?
I don't know. Let me see.
Because it's you and friendly creatures within 10 feet of you.
Your mom is pretty friendly.
Yeah.
I like the cinematic though. Like you
What's it look like?
to wash over.
Like I think
Rafal,
like in my mind it's kind of like Rafal has this very kind of like he kind of keeps her at arm's length a little bit, right? And I think that in this moment he just kind of lets that down and he actually like comforts her and actually hugs her back and like holds her like she's his mother.
there's a brief moment as she feels this sense of something more fill her, and you can see like she stands up slightly taller than she was a moment before as a single tear just kind of starts to well in her eye as her gaze returns to your own face. Some mornings that I find waking myself up from these dreams, I'm in a cold sweat, and sometimes I've sliced into my arms a bit with my nails, just enough to draw blood, but nothing more severe than that.
That's similar to the Queen's symptoms, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I thought getting rid of the hags was gonna stop this.
It has.
Like I said, it's
gotta be something
probably just a change in my diet or all the stress of the modern goings on of court, and maybe I'm just hoping for something more exciting to stir me up, and so my dreams are finding a way to bring that about. But it's nothing I want you to worry about.
Have you tried sleeping someplace that's not the castle?
Oh, I was meaning to stay at Lord Jaeger's estate, but it seems as though there was a fire that broke out the other night. The city guard are looking into it, from what I understand.
I heard about that.
But I'm sure, perhaps once Lord Jaeger's returned, I could discuss with him about staying there for a few nights.
Maybe it's worth. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's this place. You know.
The altitude does make some people sick.
When is Lord Jaeger supposed to return?
I believe just a couple of more days.
Rafal, I basically, I don't know how I would do this, but Rafal basically wants to persuade her to kind of tell him more about this dream of hers.
What sort of an ability check would you like to try?
I would like a persuasion.
All right.
Because I have advantage on those. How's two?
You don't need it.
How is 2 28s?
Natty 19.
Rafal rolls, I swear.
It takes You spend some more time with your mother, and over the next half hour or so, she brews up a kettle of tea and pours a set out, stirs up a few tea. I don't even know the terminology for a tea set, but the teacups.
There you go.
And she starts preparing like biscuits and crackers and all. She starts making a fuss over this.
You were decidedly not British, Ryan.
Oh, biscuits. But she starts effectively busying herself, clearly trying to distract you from the conversation as you start weaving it back in a bit more naturally and calmly. And she does start to settle down a bit. And as the tea is cooling and the two of you are sat opposite the table from one another, and this topic is brought up again, she finds herself spilling out a few more details on the second retelling, and then a few more odd details on the third, about how she feels as though she's being chased, which is why she ends up at the Gray District. She looks around, like looking behind her, and it's hard to explain because it's a dream, so it's not really her thought process, but she knows that she's being chased, but couldn't tell you why. She makes her way to this crypt, this Seraph Manor, as you called it, and thereupon descending the steps, she's the one performing an autopsy on your father, where she's the one using all of these tools available to start cutting into him, and about how some of the wounds that she leaves on him, she finds herself waking up with similar scratches on her own skin from her own nails.
So this is like almost the same dream that the queen has, only she has it with it's her cutting up the king, right?
Yes.
The king attacked her, she told us, in her dreams.
So it's different.
But it was at the Seraph Manor. Like, the location is the same, but she told us that the king was attacking her in her dreams, not the other way around.
What does it mean?
If it would help calm you down a bit, I can arrange an appointment with Dr. Wells to have him come by to see if he can prescribe something to help me sleep a bit better.
Yes, the good doctor is familiar with what I was referencing about. Not you're not the first person that I've heard this from. So I think he'd be a good person to reach out for that. Yeah, him and I spoke not 5 days ago. He's a good man.
I do like having him about. He does seem to know what he's talking about more often than not, which is a nice change of pace from all these nobles here.
Yeah. Speaking of change of pace, I asked Artoria to, keep an eye and, check in on you from time to time. Has she been doing that?
Oh, I suppose that explains why she's been dropping by a bit more often. She didn't mention that you put her up to it.
Yeah, she's too polite.
But she has been a bit of a delight as of late, stopping by and just seeing how I'm doing.
She's very, she comes from the common folks, so she's very similar. So, she's different from a lot of the people up here, so I figured you'd enjoy her company.
From what I understand, she's quite gifted in the arcane magics, like that Phelan girl you were traipsing around with.
Yes, they're both very powerful wizards.
I'm sure she's single.
Artoria?
Yes.
Hadn't thought of that. I'm so busy, and everything.
Well, someone of your age should start considering these things, settling down and taking up an estate of their own. It's
Well,
not too much longer before you should have a litter of your own running around these halls.
these halls. Wow, I hadn't thought of that. Hmm. I have not. I mean, since you mentioned it, I have been trying to buy up property around our inn there, the Phoenix Feather Inn. I've been trying to buy up some of the land around there. Um, so, I'm trying to do my own thing, in a sense, I guess.
Well, that's fascinating.
Yeah. Marriage.
Wait.
Wow. I mean, wow, I really hadn't thought of that. I mean, how old were you when you and Dad got married?
Well, I think I was younger than you are now. Couldn't have been more than 25, 26.
Yeah, nobles do get married kind of young, don't we? But was you guys had that whole, well, I guess I will keep an eye out.
That's all I'm asking.
Yeah. Anyways, this has been nice. I'm gonna get going.
Thanks for dropping by. Like I said, I really don't want you worrying yourself about this. It's just a dream.
Uh, right.
But I will talk to the doctor.
Please do. I love you.
I love you too, Rafal. Thanks for stopping by.
And he will head on down the hall to queue up for the queen.
As you make your way back round towards the throne room, you can see just a couple of more patrons outside of the large doors to the throne room. And a few more minutes go by, and the pair in front of you walk in together. As the doors are opened, you can see a couple of the Mist Maidens on the inside that escort the pair up towards the throne, where you can see Vavana Shante standing up beside the Queen's throne on one side, with Sabrina Marin on the other, and Artoria Simber kind of just pacing around the throne room. But Artoria does catch your eye as the doors are being closed behind the pair in front of you. And you wait a few more minutes. 10 minutes go by before the doors open again. The couple are leaving, followed by the escorting Mist Maidens, who then look towards you, usher you inside, and close the doors behind you. And flanked by a Mist Maiden on either side, you are led up towards the throne, where the Queen stands up from her seat, which garners the attention of Sabrina and Vavana, who both kind of perk up at the new entrant, and all eyes fall upon you.
Rafal will. Oh.
Ooh, oh, a new throne map.
So
And
pretty.
Tonal.
Dang, it's
I
big.
love what you do at the place.
Rafal will. He will, just to be a the sassy little bitch that he is. He's gonna do exactly all the formal stuff that he didn't do last time. That Vavana was like, "You gotta do this." He's gonna walk in and do
Out
like
of proper distance.
Yeah, he's gonna do all of that stuff.
But the whole time his cape is billowing.
You follow the expected courtesies to your ruling monarch as you approach, bowing the appropriate depth before approaching.
Good afternoon, Your Majesty.
But good evening, Rafal. To what do I hold this pleasure?
I meant to stop by and talk to you about the opening of the Arboretum. And did I have something else I wanted? Oh yeah, and among other things.
In the Royal Treasure Chamber.
All right,
Well,
I'll
that
ask
is
her.
stupendous.
No one's gonna let me go down there, guys. God.
She might.
Oh, she
Take
will.
her to the other
Oh,
room.
definitely.
You just have to talk with her privately. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Oh,
Mhm.
I
You're
heard
charming,
that
Rafal. You
repairs
can do
were
it.
getting along after some of the recent fires that broke out.
oh.
I know a lot of people have been looking forward to the reopening, or the rescheduled reopening.
Yes, I believe that now it is going to be safe and successful, and I am very much looking forward to it. I've befriended the architect Callum, and we've we like what we've done with the place.
Might I ask how long until it's going to be opened? I would very much like to be at the ceremony.
I was actually one of the things I wanted to talk about. What do you think would be best? What fits into Her Royal Highness's schedule?
The queen seats herself back on the throne as she turns back behind her to look at Bhavana, who just kind of sneers down at you and says, I'm afraid the queen's schedule is all booked up through the end of the month. Perhaps sometime next month would be most suitable. And the queen retorts, well, I think we should be able to push a few things aside for the saviors of the city. After all, it would do good for the city's common folk to see the royals mingling out and about. And besides, it is a cause for celebration. A lot of hard work went into restoring this place and building it to be quite possibly a wonder of this world. The size and scale of it alone is quite a marvel to behold from my tower.
Wise words from wise monarch. As he's like staring at Bhavana.
Bhavana just rolls her eyes and then just makes her way back round behind the throne, out of eyesight from you. Rafal, as you're watching Bhavana start to retreat, you feel something about 5 to 10 pounds perch lightly upon your shoulder, and you hear a soft whisper in your ear. The lady would very much like to speak with you after your conversation with the queen.
Rafal's gonna look on his shoulder. Oh, is it invisible?
There's something invisible perched on your shoulder.
Okay.
Is it Archimedes?
It's Archimedes, yeah.
That's not what Archimedes sounds like, though.
He sounds more posh. This is one of those fucking imps or whatever.
Does it sound like Archimedes?
It sounds more like Archimedes than something.
Okay, Ryan forgot the voice. Archimedes.
Well,
Oh, it's
You
a
don't know.
devil Archimedes.
Kevin did.
It
it's an
didn't-
invisible Archimedes.
That's right.
Archimedes.
Kevin killed Archimedes.
Archimedes' thing is saying, whoo!
He's like, she.
Rafal will say, we, for our part, we're thinking sometime, let's see, if Lord Yeager's supposed to be back in a couple of days, say next week sometime.
That would be swell. Let us know the date once it has been locked down, and I will be sure to clear our schedule. We would be most delighted to attend.
Very well. And also, I did, per the order of, the nature of visits to the Queen, did have a request of, a private word with Her Majesty sometime.
The queen stands up, and immediately Sabrina steps forward, lifting the greatsword that she's been leaning against, just to step forward at the Queen's sudden movement. I think if you are the last patron of the day, you could walk me back to my chambers, if such timing would suffice.
I would be delighted.
Oh, get it, Revol.
Well then, Vavana, Artoria, it's been a pleasure, and I will see the both of you on the morrow. As she effectively dismisses the two of them and starts to descend from the throne.
As they're like shuffling around up there, can Rafal whisper to his shoulder and say, "I will be there after after."
You don't even hear a response, but that weight is lifted from your shoulders. You feel something just jump off, and the softest of flapping of wings. As the throne room in front of you starts to shuffle around, Artoria makes her way back towards one of the large stained glass windows and just starts to peer outside, as you can make out the softest of dimples upon her shoulder, as Vavana starts making her way immediately to the doors, the back doors to the throne room, towards the servants' quarters, and Sabrina follows the queen down the steps and starts to approach you.
I still don't know what to make of Sabrina.
Have you ever done your divine sense around her? Does
Yeah.
she ping differently?
No, I don't. She's human, man.
Human, right?
Pretty sure, Ryan, right? I've done it, right?
Nothing's pinged from your divine sense.
Yeah. No, I'm pretty sure I've done it multiple times.
Because the
Sure,
last
I
time
did
you
it
pinged
once as
around her
well.
is after she came back from being dead, right?
Yeah.
That was one of the times.
I've done it twice. Like, and I did it before I went upstairs. I think once. When she let me talk.
I just still get a weird vibe from her.
No,
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure I did it the last time I talked to the queen one-on-one. When she let us
and you
go
didn't
up the
get
tower.
anything from it.
Yeah. So.
Still weird.
Yeah, but. How was your day, Your Majesty?
Exhausting and boring as always seems to be. Tell me, have you slain any jabberwocks of late?
Well, as we walk, I could regale you with the latest adventure that my friends managed to drag me out on.
As she approaches, she perks her elbow out for you to escort her down the hallway.
He will do so in a gentlemanly fashion.
And Sabrina follows behind, about 10 feet behind the pair of you, as you walk with your arms linked. And she's got her greatsword out all the while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, as is customary.
As is tradition.
Well, you see, Your Majesty, we found ourselves in this kind of, I guess you could call it an ancient temple of kinds. Have you ever heard of the religion of Sovereigns? Oh, you're from Averstan. Of course you have.
I have heard of such temples existing overseas.
So, you're not going to believe this, but I found myself in Averstan this last week. What was the city we were outside of?
You don't know.
We never found out, did we?
No, we were dropped in and we went into a garden shack and went through a portal.
He's gonna try to describe. I didn't quite catch the name of the city. Maybe perhaps you could help me. And he's gonna try to describe the city to her and see if maybe she knows where he's talking about.
And it seems as though, like, you start describing some of the architecture, and she starts nodding in sort of like a familiarity kind of a understanding. Like, she understands the types of structures you're describing. But Averstan is such a vast country that it could be any number of places with a temple to Sovereigns.
And either way, I did think of you when I was there. But And he'll go ahead and tell her a little bit about the Oracle and everything that happened, like leaving out a lot of the personal details about his party members and just kind of focusing on broad strokes about a mummy lord, and things
All right.
like that. Kind of just like turning it into like a tale, like a myth or a performance of kinds, if you will.
Go ahead and roll me a performance check.
Sure. Ooh, not great. 9.
Ryan, you fell for his trap.
Ha-ha!
I mean, the story doesn't, like, it has a few holes where he's left out a lot of the personal information, like why they were there and stuff like that. But it's pretty good
She
on the
gets the
details.
gist of it.
Yeah.
It's basically a war journal, and there's no artful flair to it.
But yeah, so that's been about how my week has gone. Almost.
So you almost didn't make it back.
Yeah, twice. Almost died twice. But that kind of how my year has been. Lots of brushes with death this year.
Tell me about it. Have you ever given thought to what might happen if you never returned to Misthaven?
No. There's a part of me that always has to believe that I'll make it back here. Because, the city is why I do these things. It's the oath that I've sworn to this city. It just brings me back.
So with all the fantastical places you've been across all of your adventures, you're telling me that you would still prefer to come back here every time? There's nothing more fantastical out there for you?
No, they're really. I mean, the places I have seen some amazing places. I have walked the deserts, seen the statue of Zumaria. I have seen the dwarven halls of Valeria. I've seen Averston, and yet, of all those journeys, this is the place that my heart desires to be. And yeah, I oh wait, what's Ben's oh, that's good. No other place has you.
She does start to blush a little bit and stumble for the next step or two as you notice you're having to pull her up a little bit.
Oh, Rafal.
Everything all right, Your Majesty?
And the plate armor behind you suddenly grows a bit louder with its stomps. Yes, just a bit hot in here is all.
Yeah.
Perhaps I rose from my throne a bit too quickly. So, after the Arboretum, what adventures have the fates put in store for you?
Well, for my part, personally, I really want to do something about these dreams. The dream that you have, it appears that my mother is having the same dreams.
And her elbow grip just kind of tightens on your own arm a little bit. She's been dreaming of the late king as well.
It's the same but different. She sees my father, and he's gonna kind of describe like the nuanced like differences like to her.
The comparisons are quite striking.
That's exactly how I felt when she was describing it to me. So,
do you think the Requisitors have any hand in this?
it's hard to say. It's possible because you both share a connection to the Mithril Queen, right, Ryan?
Yeah.
Um, so that is one of my earliest theories. But I definitely seek your counsel on this subject, for I am still putting together the details of the agreement that has been made.
Go on.
Well, if Her Majesty recalls, I guess I have a question for you, and it is, have you helped me personally in the past while you were queen?
And she pauses for a moment to look back at her bodyguard and then kind of returns to her gated pace. Uh, have I haven't given any particular favoritism, if that's what you mean, because of my position.
No, this was a particular favor. Uh, God, how long in game was that ago?
Like over a year, I think. We'll just call it a year and a half.
Yeah, it has to be, right?
'Cause it's
Which
been a
part are we
while.
talking about?
Trinia?
Trinia. How long in
Yeah.
game was that?
That was at least 16 months, at least.
Because that was before we went to the Statue of Zamaria, so that would have been...
Yeah, it's before the desert, which was a couple months trip. So, yeah, 16 to 18 months.
Dang.
It's been a while.
So, yeah, Rafal will say about a year and a half ago.
I think I know to which situation you're alluding.
Um... Okay, so that's a yes. How have things changed since that time in regards to the agreement or the parties involved?
As far as I can tell, no conflict of interest has arisen, as the opposing sides have been none the wiser. From what I understand, those responsible for the execution got away with it, with thwarting it. I'm sure the girl is long gone now, living out her life somewhere overseas.
Do you still retain your control over the parties involved?
I haven't attempted to push any sort of balance. They have continued to follow my orders. I drew them back from their usual rounds about the city and restricted them to the confines of Fort Requisitor. They obeyed those orders when given.
Hmm. Well,
However, they did reemerge whenever those ships came strolling into the city.
how
Do
have
you have,
things changed with the death of Severus DeVere?
well, conversation has been a bit less natural. It's been much more business talk with his not predecessor,
Successor?
Successor.
successor. Thank you. He tends to keep things as short and punctual as he can.
Who
But
is who? We met the guy, but I don't remember his name. Who is his successor?
His name is Dazan. Are we asking in character or out of character?
Oh, I wasn't asking in character because Nick didn't know,
Oops.
but I mean that's fine too.
I'm sorry. Did we leave the castle?
Not yet.
Okay, I'm not there then.
But yeah, it is Dazan.
And what do you know about him? Who is he?
I know less and little about his backstory. From what I understand, he was appointed his position whenever Severus DeVere fell in protection of the city. So I presume that he is here to continue to uphold their end of the contract. So far, they've given me no reason to think otherwise. Do you have reason to think that as of late, conditions have changed?
Well, it's just no. It's interesting because the dreams seem to have a connection to Zumeria, not the Requisitors.
I'm afraid I don't follow.
Rafal's going to explain to her about going into the manor, the riddle of Salt and Stone, and the shield, the sword, and it's the shield, the Kopesh, and the scepter, and tell her about the Shadowfell and Zumeria's people being there and things he's gonna explain what that crypt is that she's seeing.
Have you tried to use those artifacts? The shield, the scepter, and the Kopesh?
Absolutely not.
What do you think it all has to do with the Pharaoh Zomaria?
Well, my understanding is that if we were to do that, it would open a portal to the Shadowfell, and the Ankayesh people would be able to return to Misthaven. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But she still holds a very kind of confused look on her face. The Ankaesh, but they were wiped out centuries ago.
Not wiped out. Moved.
To the Shadowfell?
To the Shadowfell by Zumeria.
And you think this could just bring them all home? Just like that?
Yes, essentially, as I understand it, Zumeria's plot was to use the place like the Overgrown Zone to create a space for her people to return to. That is why she attacked Misthaven.
So if the Akaesh were to return through this portal, do you believe them to be enemies of Misthaven? Or do you think, has Zomaria thought that they could live amongst the city after committing such a heinous act against its people?
I don't know. I wouldn't. I don't think. And there's no telling what the influence of the Shadowfell has had on these people. Like, I can't imagine it's a nice place to live.
Let alone for 1,000 years.
So, I don't. There's some connection to this place and the dreams that you're having. Which relates to Zumeria, not to, the Mithril Queen and the Requisitors.
Would you have any other means of traversing to the plane of shadows without opening this gateway of Lady Zomeria's?
Hadn't thought
To
of that, but that is possible.
some means of investigating what happened to the Akaesh before attempting to open a doorway for them?
That's a really good idea, Your Majesty. I do believe Agrimar possesses the ability to traverse the plains, and if not, I know a particular dragonborn that does.
Perhaps you can make use of your contacts then. If you wouldn't mind, you've certainly piqued my curiosity.
Oh, that's a very good idea, Your Majesty. We should seek out and see if we have allies. Because unfortunately, or fortunately, I'm not sure, Zumeria is no longer around. Whoops. In connection with that, there's also God, there's so much going on in this campaign, Ryan. There, in connection with Zumeria, there's also the Titan. Is Ecstasis the name of the Titan?
That's the name of the pieces of the Titan.
What's the
fragments of Ectasis?
Did the Titan have a name itself?
Just, it's been called the Titan.
Okay, and so Brafal's gonna come be like, yeah, you remember this story, and like he's gonna kind of tell her give her a little Nari-esque history lesson on the pieces of Ecstasis and kind of explain.
Make sure you're getting a read because they were coming to the castle for a piece. We got to find it.
Well, there's a reason he's gonna do this because
Yeah.
he's going to explain that it's believed that there is a piece here in the castle somewhere, is basically what he wants to get to eventually with this story.
Go ahead and roll me an insight check as you're having this conversation with the queen.
22. Pretty good.
As you're explaining the fragments of Ectasis and like the pieces as you understand them, the 7 pieces as you have come to understand them, she tells you that she's not heard of anything like that, and almost immediately you get the sense that she's lying to you.
What do I do?
Your girl be lying.
Perhaps we can ask some of the professors about the academy. Perhaps they've done some sort of research into artifacts of similar nature.
Well, it's funny you say that. Professor Barnaby actually is probably the foremost expert on this subject, and we have conversed with him at length about it. So it's honestly, at this point, I believe that Nari is probably the foremost expert on these relics in the world.
Perhaps
there-
the next time you come by for a visit, you could bring Nari and this professor.
Is I believe Nari would be amenable to that. She's a bit of an eccentric and does require a formal invitation to be sent to her for these kinds of things. It's just kind of one of her quirks.
She's a scrapbooker.
I think it's something like that, where she needs to have that indication that she has been invited.
I'm sure I can have Vavana draw something up.
Smooth. Um, I think she would be very excited about that. She has asked me about the castle many times. She's always wanted to explore, this area. Especially, she's very interested in the pyramid, being with her studies and whatnot. Have you explored the pyramid levels much?
I haven't been down in the lower levels as of, well, I believe since my coronation. But in some of my earlier years, while King Eliot was seeing some of the, while hearing out some of the commoners as they made their requests, I was free to wander elsewhere within the city, within the castle's walls, and I did some wandering, to be sure. Uh, I think I've traversed through nearly every square inch of this place in all my years here. But I've been through some of the depths and tunnels of the pyramids. From what I can see, most of it has held itself up to the test of time. But I'm sure that whatever artificers crafted the stone in the first place put all sorts of enchantments upon the sandstone to make sure that it would to withstand time, of all things.
What of the oh, this is how he's gonna do it. Say, what of the castle's treasure room?
I can assure you the castle's vaults are safe from any sort of prying eyes. I've ventured there on occasion, and she kind of starts to turn a bit flush. If I'm being honest, in my earliest years, the occasional trip to the castle vaults for a withdrawal was, well, partially why I was opted to stick around for as long as I did before everything sort of just fell into place for me. It's a kingdom's wealth is quite a spectacle to behold for someone who grew up in an orphanage.
Nick doesn't remember, but does Rafal remember which piece they had thought was down there?
Crown.
Hey, Brian.
Well, you guys have speculated different items at different times, so I don't want to say one.
Well,
thing or
there was a
another.
change in crowns. That's what was my speculation, that the crown changed.
She did burn the golden crown of past kings whenever she got coronated.
Yeah, and she was wearing the crown, which is what Agramar thought was causing her dreams, because she put that on, and then she started having the dreams of her late dead husband and stuff like that. That was my connection.
Well, okay, just really quick out of character. We have hold on. Let me pull up. I have the list on my character sheet. 1 second.
I was actually just doing research on this last week, Ryan. Or Nick.
Okay, so we have there is spine, hide, fangs, claws, skull, horns, blood. We know that blood is the throne that's in the statue. We know that the horns is the Raffalganger armor. We know that the which of these can we assume is the wraps? Claws?
Hide? Skin?
Hide?
The shred skin.
It's the skin.
Skin.
Okay, so it's the hide. Okay, so the hide is for sure accounted for. What other pieces are accounted for?
I think we've only seen 3 of them.
Armor of skulls. You've seen on Raffalganger.
Skulls was the armor.
I thought the horns was the armor.
Nope. You know the horn is another item.
Oh, I have armor next to horns. Okay, I'm
The
moving.
howling horn is one of the items. Crown of fangs, the bound blade, shred skin, staff of the slain, and the throne of night.
Oh, how do you just call somebody out for lying?
Especially with her guard right there.
You're lying.
You could phrase it like eloquently. I don't know.
Trust me, I'm not going to hurt you.
Oh yeah, no, that's a good one.
Or maybe something along the lines of, I have a feeling that there is more information than you were letting on.
Your life is in danger. You have to tell me everything now.
Maybe she just doesn't want to say it in front of the guard.
Or she's not
Yeah, maybe
allowed
make
to.
it into a date. You know. Ooh.
Ooh, detect magic?
Magic is in the air or romance is in the air?
Yeah.
There's a strong sense of romantic magic.
Oh, I got it. He's gonna do the thing he does to all of you guys.
Guilt trip?
Guilt trip. He'll say,
Yep.
you know, I understand that, you know, you don't fully trust me, and you know, that's okay. You everyone's allowed their secrets. I hope that in time that that you will find that you can be honest with me.
She stops in your pacings and just kind of pulls you so that the two of you are facing eye to eye. She says, Rafal, I want you to know that I trust you wholeheartedly for everything that you have done on my behalf and on behalf of this city. There's no one that I would trust more who's alive today. However, I also hope that you can understand that my late husband held some secrets from these people, and some of his secrets are not my own to divulge. And on his deathbed, some secrets were sworn into being, and I intend to maintain the word of my marriage. It's as she turns away and starts continuing pacing forward towards her tower, linking arm in arm. It's some things are incredibly difficult to find the words to describe.
I think I understand. You know, sometimes there are clauses not allowing us to share what we wish to say.
I hope that you can understand that just because things can appear one way doesn't mean that they are necessarily what they appear to be. Sometimes the best interests of the whole must be taken into consideration, even at the cost of the happiness of the few. There are magics that go beyond the scope of our own understandings, even of the finest scholars in our lifetimes. And perhaps it's best that some of these secrets were to just die out. Not all stories should be passed on from generation to generation. Sometimes the past is best left forgotten.
Man, now I really want to break into that place. Hey, Kevin, I got a job. Once I'm done busting you out of jail, I got a job for you.
What place?
But as she slows to a stop outside of the doors to her bedchamber, Sabrina steps between the two of you and pushes open the doors herself, and then looks back at the queen and silently just stands outside of the doors and just thrusts the greatsword into the ground.
Rafal's is gonna kiss the queen's hand and say, Your Majesty, this has been the best part of my week.
Thanks for dropping by, Rafal. It's always a pleasure. And I look forward to speaking with some of your friends soon.
They are incredible people. Really upstanding citizens.
The city can use more people like that.
Also, since what's her name? Vasima Vistani
Vavana Shante.
Vavana isn't around. I'm really looking forward to seeing you at the opening of the Arboretum. And
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
really excited for your company there. If you'll have me.
You think I should wear green, red, or blue to it? I don't want to be too flashy so as to distract from the importance of what's going on, but I do hope to make a bit of a statement while I'm there.
Green, red, or blue, huh?
It'll happen around Christmas.
There will be okay, I'm going with Rachel's suggestion. I believe that the color red on you is just breathtaking.
Well, I'll see what our tailors are up to, and if they can throw something together before next week. Feel free to drop by any time before that, though. You're always welcome here in the castle.
Thank you, Your Majesty. Have a good night.
Good evening, Rafal.
Sabrina, I love our conversations as always.
The cold face mask of that plate helmet just looks in your direction, but no noise escapes from beneath the helm. As the queen steps inside the bedchambers and Sabrina...
Really quick, he'll say, I will give your regards to Alistair.
She closes the doors abruptly on you from the inside.
Agamar sneaks in. You see, Vale, red is not quite hot enough. You gotta go more towards the whites. It's a hammer and metal.
I mean, we could bounce around and see what other people are doing, since I've, monopolized the first hour and a half of this session. Sorry, everyone.
Yeah, your comeuppance from last episode.
Yeah, I guess.
So, since Lucas took the initiative, what's Agrimar wanting to accomplish this afternoon? As he's working on that, after working on that celestial plate armor for the day.
Oh, after the armor?
Assuming you put in your few hours of working on it.
Yeah. Spent the day with Vale, showing him what was going on, crafting his armor. I think after that, he would probably be heading back, making sure that Vale was settled and he had his room. He'd be heading back to the inn after that, I think, pondering some things that he can make, and where he's going to head next, I think. Grand scheme. But he'd be heading back to the inn, I think, after his day's worth of work.
All right. As you're making your way down the streets, there's the occasional glimpse of familiarity coming from some of the passerbys, the occasional slowing of a stagecoach so that those inside can get a better glimpse at you. And are you walking
Make
back
sure to
with...
wave with his arm in like a 90 degree and make sure his bicep kind of bulges a little bit as he's waving.
You do so, and some of the nearby kids just scattering in all manner of excitement. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Uh-oh.
I had it muted. That's a 21. I'm using my jumbo die tonight, and so I had to mute my microphone so it wasn't so loud.
As you're making your way back through some of the familiar streets that you take to and from your temple, you notice a small complement of city guards starting to trail behind you. What started as just 2 has grown to 3 and then 4, and they are just keeping back about 30 feet. One of them you notice is the same guard who was following you this morning.
Can Agrimar roll an insight? He's kind of looking around, smiling, and he sees it, and he wants to see if he smells fear coming off of these guards.
Go ahead and roll me an insight check.
19.
They do look to be following you cautiously, like keeping an eye on you as you dart around the next corner. You hear some of their pacing quicking behind you so that you're back in line of sight. And as a few more of them, as a half dozen start to trail behind you, they do get a little bit closer in their pacing. But as you turn the corner on Elm Street, there's about 7 guards following behind you.
He'll take a couple more steps, and this is starting to get ridiculous. Not even Rafal, who should have this many town guards following him, has that number. He'll stop and, hello, how might I help you, guards? I don't quite need your protection. Is there anything wrong?
Actually, we heard you were friends with the small halfling girl. Brown hair,
I know a
nimble.
lot of halfling girls with brown hair. You have to be more specific than that.
Well, why don't you start listing off the ones that ring a bell with that description? And you see one of them pulls out a small parchment. How about the ones you've been in communication with within the last 24 hours?
Oh, within the last 24 hours. Unfortunately, I haven't spoken with any halfling females in the last 24 hours. Might I inquire as to why you need this information?
An ongoing investigation. There was a bit of arson committed at one of the noble estates, and we're looking into all possible leads.
Oh, what is noble? That is absolutely barbaric. Is there anything I can do to help besides giving you the name of a person that I don't know?
Well, how about one of the halflings that you said you do know?
Karen. Karen. She came by the temple the other day.
Roll me a deception check.
All right. Oh, I got a natural 19. For a 20.
Right. Does this Karen have a last name?
Karen's last name.
Do you remember what she talked about?
She was asking for blessings at the temple.
She was asking if she could speak to the manager.
No, she was quite nice.
Blessings regarding what sort of activity?
Her children were sick, and she was hoping that the Maker would help guide their children to a speedy recovery. Of course, I was there to do what I could.
And so, what did you do for Karen? Or her children?
I sent up word to the three above, and hopefully they heard a slightly higher position, if I do say so myself. And I have a real strong feeling that they will be on the mend shortly.
From a bit further up the street, there's another half dozen guards that start approaching in a platoon of their own, and one of them whistles out as the other guards that are nearby you kind of look that way, and they are waved over. Oh, thank you for being as helpful as you have. We will look into this, Karen, and you are free to go about your day. As the 7 guards who are trailing you start to meet up with the half dozen that were coming down Elm Street.
And it looks like they're heading towards the inn. Because that's where I'm heading. I'm heading towards the inn.
They are going, you are now following the guards up Elm Street. However,
do they give me a little bit of space?
Do you give them a little bit of space? You're following them now.
Oh, okay. So they're focused on their comrades in arms then.
And they walk right by the Phoenix Feather Inn and keep on going.
All right. I'll turn into the Phoenix Feather Inn. It's a little odd. And I'll step into the inn.
Hey, Agrimar!
Oh, hello, Shreves. Anything else? Anything especially fun happened today?
No, nothing fun. But apparently Kevin's setting fires again.
Who told you that?
The guard said halflings are burning all the nobles' houses.
Oh, that's preposterous. They wouldn't do something like that.
Wouldn't they?
No, that's dumb. Why would you ever burn a building for no reason?
Oh, no, Agrimar, your mind's been enchanted.
Well, I am in love, but that doesn't have any bearing on the situation.
Your memory's been corrupted. You just wait until Callum gets back, old friend. We'll be sure to right your memory problems. In
Are
the
you sure
meanwhile,
you're not mistaken?
I baked some fresh biscuits. Cookie's own recipe this time. I did my best. Why don't you try one?
I would love to try one of your biscuits, please.
He holds up a tray of what looks to be about 9 very singed biscuits.
I'm from the
Very
land of
badly
molten
burned.
metal. Give me that burnt biscuit.
Burnt is still burnt, my friend.
I'll take it. Give me the notes. Is it salty and burnt, or is it sweet and burnt?
You crunch into that. Go ahead and roll me a Constitution check.
Okay. Constitution check is going to be a 13.
Difficult, but you manage to stomach it, and you'd rather not take another bite.
Is it just that it's overly cooked, or is the ingredients off?
The ingredients are off. There's way too much flour this time around. It's incredibly dry and very burnt.
All right, I'm going to try to give him constructive criticism and say, Shreves, this is not the best, but perhaps a little bit more water, less flour, and less cooking time, and they'll be perfect.
Shows what you know. That's why you're the muscle.
Shreves, if you had a mouth, I would love for you to try this.
I'd love to try it, if only I had a mouth.
Oh, do you want me to put some in? Does he have a pot, or is he just walking around bare-ass naked?
He's got a pot.
All right. Well, here, let me put some in your pot. And I crumble up the rest of my biscuit and put it in his pot.
It's quite nutritional for a plant.
See, that's... Shreves, I think you've invented the plant biscuit.
It might need a bit more zest if we're going to be selling them like hotcakes.
Perhaps mushrooms? Berries, maybe.
Dreamberries.
Dreamberries is perfect.
Cookie says dreamberries fix everything.
They do, don't they? I think that's the next batch. If you want to make them for everyone else, make them a little bit more moist and put dreamberries in.
Okay. And she skitters back into the kitchens, and you can hear all manner of pots and pans start flinging around back there.
Oh, children are so much fun. Agrimar goes and, if nobody else is there, he's going to go and fix his metal chair that he broke the leg of like 3 days ago, and fix it and sit in his chair.
Putting the piece back or putting a different leg on?
I'll use my 1 hour channel divinity to put a new leg on it.
All right. So in the meanwhile, Nari, Thule, and Callum are, I believe, over at the Baylor's retreat still.
I thought they were over on their ways to the sewers.
No, we hadn't left yet. I'm pretty sure when we ended, was Thule letting Callum and Nari know that Kevin was cooking up some trouble. And that's all she let on.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
What do you mean, trouble?
You know, she may have started a fire in Lord Jaeger's manor. You know, just Kevin things.
Well, that's terrible.
Oh.
we talking to at the moment? Or are we back at the inn?
That's Nari.
You're talking to Thule and
That's-
Nari.
That's Nari.
Oh, okay.
It's a very good Nari impression.
It's obviously me, Callum.
Would you be able to bring the city map back up, Ryan?
Sure thing.
Because we agreed on which sewers did we agree on? We wanted to
S3.
go at 3, and then what was our second choice? Was it 1 or 2?
I think it was 1.
Okay.
Since I nailed the rest of that recap, it was probably 1, if that's what I remember.
I don't think I wrote that down.
Tuli,
Yes.
What? Is that what the god was talking to you about?
Yes. I didn't get the ring from Gru, did I?
No, he just effectively asked you to identify it for him.
Damn, I should have swiped it. Yes, he was talking about a halfling who was, well, he showed me Kevin's ring.
The ring?
Yeah, the one that you gave her with the ruby in it, and it has a feather on it.
Oh. Well, that's quite worrying, actually. I don't think we just leave that behind.
Maybe she was in a rush. Maybe she was in like a tussle or something.
Well, I mean, that's
He
certainly possible.
showed me, I was curious, curiosity killed the cat. No offense, Nari.
Oh, none taken.
He didn't.
Satisfaction brought it back.
There you go.
Hence the cat being undead.
But yeah, he showed me her ring. I just asked, about it, and that was it. So obviously, it's safe to assume in Lord Jaeger's manor, Kevin was really obsessed about that. So I assumed that it was her, and thought I would let you guys know that it probably was, and the guards are looking for her.
They're looking for her, meaning that they don't have her.
I would assume not. No clue where she could be, though.
Well, perhaps she's gone back to the inn. I know, at least I didn't see her there earlier, but... Nari, Tuli, I'm sorry, I don't think I can go with the sewers to you. Go with you to the sewers right now.
But Callum, we're so close.
Yes, I know, and I will definitely go with you later, but, I think we need to help Zara right now. And to do that, we must find her.
All right, so let's go back to the inn then, and we'll check there for her, and then we will go from there.
Well,
Why don't-
maybe one of us should just go check out the sewers and just get a feel for things. Because it's probably only a matter of time before we go check out the third location anyways, right?
I mean,
Nari, I think it would be best if... Why don't you and Tuli go back to the inn and see if you can find Zara there? I'll head back to my shop. She might have gone by there looking for a place to hide.
All right. does something always have to happen when we're going to the sewers?
Julie will pat her on the shoulder. We'll get there eventually.
I don't think Rafal is going to let us go.
Rafal doesn't need to know.
Brofal never said no to the rest of y'all in the sewers, just Agrimar.
I know, but Callum decided to make it a secret.
Exactly. This is a magic trio secret. Unfortunately, Agrimar is not included in the magic
Do you
trio.
have proficiency with Arcana? No? Go away.
No, but I automatically have half proficiency in everything. Suck on that.
Jack of all trades.
The most OP feature.
And what time of day is it now?
Early afternoon.
Okay. If it's early afternoon, then as soon as we get outside of the this bar place where we are, Callum is going to use his polymorph that he gets to use once per short rest and turn himself into some sort of city bird and take off flying.
All right. Roll me a perception check as a city bird.
Okay, let's see. What do I have? The giant eagle's somewhat close.
As you start gaining some altitude, you start peeking over some of the rooftops. In your flight path back towards Ridge Bottom Exchange, you do see a little bit of a commotion amongst a gathering of guards that look to be all encircling a smaller figure, about the size of a child, that looks to be manacled and is quite familiar to you. As you see Zara getting effectively escorted towards the Citadel by a battalion of guards. She looks to be handcuffed and right in the middle of them.
I'm going to keep my distance and just follow them.
All right. So effectively, Rachel, they cornered Zara in an alleyway, not knowing necessarily that she was involved with the fire that happened, but a couple of guards did spot her fleeing from a noble estate. And when they started to give chase, she started to flee. And so more and more guards started to get called in. And eventually she did get cornered in a back alley. And rather than fight her way out, surrendered to the guards.
Yeah, would her wings have just kaput?
I think you left your wings with Callum.
Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, no, that's fine. Yep. Look, gentlemen, I don't know why you're chasing me. I'm very tired trying to get my way, trying to go home. Can we just forget about this? Or
Yeah, we've heard it all before. You're gonna go before the Arbiter in the morning and she'll see the truth of it. Worry not, we'll get to the bottom of whatever's going on here.
yeah, but the bottom of it is nothing. I did nothing wrong today. I just need to get home.
Well, then you're just gonna have to suffer through a night of bad sleep behind bars and you'll be right back at it in the morning.
Well, I don't want to, though, so that's the thing.
Well,
Can we
tough
just,
tits then, eh, love? Perhaps you shouldn't have fled when you did.
Well, I'm very sorry. I just don't like guards because sometimes they're incompetent and don't know what they're doing. Like this one.
Wait a minute. As he just kind of yanks on the chains that are pulling your manacles a little bit and just pulls you forward a little bit out of your own pacing, so you stumble a little bit, but don't fall.
Listen here, you son of a bitch. I'm innocent, and you're fucking with the wrong person, okay? Just let me go and we can forget about this, okay? I did nothing wrong, and I don't know why you decided to manacle me.
Listen, sweetie, it's real cute and all. You think you're going to just be talking your way out of this one, but it'd
Don't.
be a shame if we'd have to gag you too.
Oh no, sweetie, that'd be terrible. My name's not Sweetie, huh, hotcakes?
So what is your name then?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't speak unless I talk to the.
That's what I thought.
Well,
Anyways, the
how about
arbiters will make right out of you, no problem.
How about this? You unmanacle me and I tell you my name and I tell you where I live and then I can just go on my way.
You promise?
Yes.
We'll see what we can do. As they start approaching this large, what looks kind of like a castle keep, this stone structure that you know as the city guard citadel, this fortress. And you can just see more and more guards about on the streets as you guys are approaching. And you can spot a small bird flying overhead that doesn't draw any particular attention, just another city bird flying around. But it's a little bit orange.
Look. What's your name? What's your name?
Thought you weren't allowed to talk.
Oh,
Quite
I'm not
chatty for someone who's keeping silent.
I'm not keeping silent. Look. What's your name? What's your name? How much are you paid? How much are you paid?
Not nearly enough to put up with your shit.
Well, how about this? I pay you to let me out of these monocles. I can make it worth your while.
Oh yeah? How much you got on you?
I have 100 gold pieces.
Oh yeah?
In it for you? Yeah,
Which boot's that hiding in?
my left. I don't
As
know.
this whole troop just kind of stops in its motion as a couple of the guards from nearby approach you and start to frisk down your left leg down to your left boot, feeling for any sort of coin purse, effectively, anything they might have missed on the initial pat down. And they pull out a couple of vials of various viscous fluids, a bright green but not nearly as viscous fluid, and a couple of fire bombs.
Misthaven is a very dangerous place. So if you don't mind, I'd like to walk home. You know, that's why I have to carry these things. Can you just let me out of these manacles?
Some people make this place dangerous, you know.
Yeah. And you know, you do a really good job at protecting the city from these dangerous things because, you know, I've had to save it like 3 times.
Well, thank you. It's good to feel appreciated. Right then, are you hiding anything else, or are we going to have to remove the other boot as well?
No, I am hiding this and she'll give him the finger.
Oh yeah, that's real mature. Real mature. You know, there are kids seeing you, and you're just setting a very poor example for them.
Oh yeah, like you aren't with your stupid way that you do your stupid job and the way that you just keep shackling innocent people. Can I just get released from these manacles?
At least I've got a job.
Yeah, and you're doing a piss poor example of it. Can just someone get
All
me
right,
out of these manacles?
all right. As he starts pulling you forward towards this large stone building, they walk you inside of these large doors, and there's a woman seated behind a desk with all manners of stacks of parchment in front of her. She looks to be in the middle of a conversation with a couple of commoners who seem to be issuing some sort of complaint about somebody who overpriced some wares that they bought that were already spoiled, and she's trying her best to wave them off upon seeing this troop of guards arriving with you in manacles. And one of the guards steps up and approaches her. Roll me a perception check. As he starts to converse with her, and you see her scribbling a couple of notes down before she gestures back down the doors behind her. and a couple of them yank you that way. You hear, effectively, they are describing that they caught you red-handed trying to break into one of the noble estates, and when you were called for questioning, you attempted to flee. And so you're being brought in under suspicion of theft and led back into some of the cells, and they take you back along. So from this front room, they take you back along a long hallway with a couple of series of gated, barred doors along the way. Why can I not click that tool? With probably more guards than you've seen in a minute. Great, I just deleted your token. Stand by.
No!
But you are led back round into the cells where the guards effectively just kind of throw you into one of these cells by yourself before attempting to even remove the manacles from around your wrists.
Oh, really? Don't trust me? Are you kidding? I gave
Oh, no worries. I'm a man of my word. I'd be happy to remove those at the cost of your name and where you live.
No, how about this? I tell you my name, you get off, you tell me your name, I tell you, and you unlock the gate, I tell you my name, and you get these manacles off of me. Because I did nothing wrong.
All right, then. Maybe you can sleep in those then. Perhaps you'll feel a bit more chatty in the morning.
Oh my god, I swear to god, I will give you a black eye if you don't get me out of these stupid manacles and out of here. I need to tell someone something.
Right, no worries whatsoever. We'll just add threatening an armed officer to the list of charges.
Oh, you're armed? You sure that thing around your waist isn't just some sort of plaything right there? Because I've frankly never seen a guard ever draw their sword. So I'm so glad y'all are armed.
I'm just glad that you're where you belong, right and proper then, as he goes to slam the jail door closed behind you. Perhaps you should think about what got you in there. Think long and hard with the time you've got. Maybe it'll do you some good.
Maybe you should think long and hard before I get out of here because I'm innocent.
Well, I'm sure the arbiters will get to the bottom of it all. As he effectively then walks out from that second retaining wall, passes by the guard who sat in the corner, the elderly looking guard, who is quick to slump back into his post. And after a few minutes, you can softly hear that guard starting to snore.
Shit. Of course this happens. Is Kevin manacled front or are her hands manacled behind her?
You are manacled in your front.
Can Kevin attempt to get out of these manacles now that the guards aren't watching?
Sure thing. How would you like to try and get free?
I would imagine they confiscated her thieves' tools, right?
Roll me a sleight of hands check or a stealth check to see if you were able to sneak one past their pat down.
26.
26 is pretty good. As you start fiddling with the cuff of your sleeve and you tear it open ever so slightly and begin to produce that one that you keep stowed away just in case for special occasions, you've got one thieves' tool with you On a 1, if it breaks, you are out of thieves' tools.
I don't think I can roll a 1 though.
No, you can't. You're halfling.
You can
Oh, unless you
re-roll
roll
if
2
you have
ones.
1. But there is a soft whisper that comes from the cell beside yours. So, what are you in here for? Seem to put this place in all quite a bit of a hustle and bustle.
And it's this guy right over here, right?
It's the cell immediately next to yours.
Token not shown.
Oh. Oh, well, the guards being idiots, deciding to, actually do their goddamn jobs and put an innocent person in here. I don't know why they're deciding to suddenly take an interest in me.
Well, you should probably consider yourself lucky. From what I can understand, there's somebody going around burning nobles' estates, putting the city in all manner of an uproar.
I'm sorry, what?
Is it your first time in the Clink?
No. I've been in places like this before. First time in Misthaven.
First time in Misthaven's jails. Well, they're not so rough as others. You get 3 square meals a day. Not the freshest meal to be prepared, but it's edible at best. You gonna be sticking around long?
No, I'm not. I have a message to deliver.
Oh yeah, and what's that?
Who are you?
My friends call me Kima. What's your name?
Kevin.
Sorry, people are whispering.
Can Kevin, use her thieves' tool to get the manacles off of her?
Sure thing. Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hands check.
25.
And with an audible click of the lock, followed by a second click, you unlock the manacles, and with a vigorous rubbing of your wrists, you can start to feel your fingers once again.
God, I hate being inside of jails.
They are rubbed a little bit raw from how tightly they had you manacled, and with all the jerking they were doing on your chain.
I'm not going to say I'm going to kill him, but I'm going to make his life miserable.
You fancy yourself a bit skilled with those then?
Yeah, just a titch.
So you say you've been around other such cells before. Tell me, what's the worst thing you've ever done?
What's the worst thing you've ever done?
Well, I've killed a man in cold blood, but that's not why I'm here.
I'd rather not say. I barely know you, and I've already given you my name, so
That's fine. All well and good. I don't mean to push. Got nothing but time here.
What are you in for?
Well, seems a number of the guards don't take too kindly to dwarves. And despite the predetermined racism that's obviously behind some of their intent, I think I did nothing wrong.
Oh yeah, and what did you do to make
Well,
them?
that shopkeep is insisting that I cheated him and shorted him out of a good, honest day's pay. But I assure you that the wares that he was offering is worth nothing what the price he was asking for.
Can Kevin see the dwarf? Kevin Zara see the dwarf?
Not from around that wall because of the bars.
So wait, where is the dwarf? Right here?
To the south.
Well, that's just great. Okay. Any reason why they might think that you were shorting them?
Well, because I took them anyways. What's mine's mine. We had an agreement, and I was planning on sticking to it. What are we if not formed by our word, right? Our word is our bond and all that. Honor amongst thieves and all.
Yeah. You manacled?
Not anymore.
Well, that's great. I'm going to try to get out of this place. You want in?
All right, I'm listening.
Well, here's the thing. I'm going to sneak out of here. I'm going to give you one of my tools, and we can both go our separate ways because I have some juicy information that I need to tell people, and I don't know why they put me in here, but whatever. And Kevin is going to start on the lock.
All right. Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hands check. Ben, go ahead and roll me a perception check. As a bird.
25.
It's not too long before you hear the lock tumblers falling into place on the cell door, and you feel it click open an inch or two, and you hear the guard in that corner snort up a little bit, but he doesn't seem to stir otherwise. He still seems to be asleep.
God, what idiots. Kevin is going to gently open up the cell door and step out.
You just do what I think you just did.
What? Break out of what? Just walk out of cell because I don't really respect the law? Yeah.
Well, respect's got nothing to do with it, sweetheart. If you value your life, you should probably step back in. You'd be better off making an attempt at shift change.
Why? What's the worst that's going to happen? And she's going to wander down to the cell and try to give him her thieves tool, one of her picks.
You step around the way, and you can see a gray-skinned dwarf inside of the cell with a fiery orange umber color to the lower half of her night black hair, and these neon orange eyes staring back at you of the Duragar inside.
Does Kevin recognize this person?
You might.
Can Kevin roll to see if she recognizes this person?
You saw somebody fitting this description as the party was killing rat folk.
Down in the sewers?
Oh, one of Reverence's men.
Some of the party.
I'm not sure which half Zara was with whenever they spotted this.
Zara was off killing Thule at the time, if I recall.
That sounds correct.
This was Nari and Agrimar.
Nari, Callum, and Agrimar.
Yeah, we were in the back at that time.
So Zara, you see a Duragar inside of the cell next to you. She does look to be playing with a small, kind of, what looks to be a 6-inch brass rod.
What's with the rod?
That's how I'm getting out of here.
Really? What does it do?
Wow. It makes things a bit easier than that stick you've got there.
Oh, really? And Kevin is going to lean down and start working on that lock.
Go ahead and roll me a sleight of hands check. The lock clicks open, tumblers fall to the side, and the door starts to sway open.
Can you magic rod do that?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was built for.
Mm-hmm.
Rods of opening only serve one purpose.
Right. Any chance, any knowledge of how to get out of here besides the way we came in?
Well, you're going to want to go out from those doors up there. She gestures by the sleeping guard. You're going to want to take a couple of rights, follow down the main hallway, avoiding the training grounds, the cafeteria, and the dorm, the library, the study, and the storage. If we could make our way around to the bathrooms, I think I could take things from there.
Right.
But if
well,
you're so intent on doing this now, we best make ourselves scarce before that one stirs himself awake.
why is there a better time? Is there a better time to do this?
Shift change, like I was telling you.
How long before the shift change?
I'd imagine no more than 6 hours or so.
And it was late afternoon, early morning, late afternoon, early afternoon.
Early afternoon when you got brought in.
And that shift change would happen at night, right?
Dinner time.
I don't have my wings with me.
You fancy yourself a bird?
No, I already. Oh, bird. No, almost. I think I gotta make my escape at night. Oh well. Hey, you all down there. Want in on this?
You see a few of them start to perk up, spying you outside of your cell. As the guard by the door once again stirs a little bit as you call out to those in the cell. They start to approach the bars of their own cell and start a little bit of a commotion, shoving into one another to try and meet you face to face.
Hey, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Look, I'm trying to break out of here because I'm completely innocent. How about this? If you guys manage to keep your voices quiet, I promise you that during the next shift change, I'll bust you out of here, or I'll just unlock your cage that you're in. Got it?
I wouldn't advise that one, little dove.
Don't call me.
They're only going to be making more racket. The more you try and get out of here with you, the more of a hassle you're only making for yourself. Besides, we're not all so innocent as you.
Okay, you know what? Fine, whatever. I guess I'll just go back into my cell door and y'all can just waste away.
No, fuck that, man. I don't want to be in here. You can't leave without us. We'll call for the guard.
Okay, so I think we're in an agreement here. I unlock your cell door. As soon as the shift changes, you guys will rush out and try to get out of here. I don't care what you have to do. Got it?
You got any weapons for us?
No.
All right. You think you can get this cell door open?
I'll open it when the guard changes their shift. I promise you that.
Kevin, go ahead and roll me a persuasion check.
No, can I not? Can I just do a flip?
You could.
Come on, Kevin.
Do you want to try and persuade him with a flip?
An 11. Oh, I got a 12.
Yeah, sure. What's the plan for getting us out of here then? After we make a bit of a commotion, doing whatever we have to, we going out the front or the back?
It's all up to you. I'm just going to unlock this door, and you can do whatever you want.
All right, I think we can put up with a few more hours of this shite.
Great. Now keep your mouth closed.
And reluctantly, they start to step back away from the door and do a very poor job of looking nonchalant. This guy remains standing at the bars to his door as he just watches you make your way back to the north.
Kevin is going to point at him, and as she's walking away into her cell, like, act casual, dude. Come on. And
as he just sighs kind of a little bit too loudly before stepping to the side.
And to the dwarf, she's going to kind of look at him. Look, we're getting out of here, okay? Got it? Next shift change, okay?
All right, but don't expect me to be building you a statue in your sainthood honor.
I just need to get out of here.
All right, and you need a few scapegoats to see to it.
Hey, I just need I just need a distraction.
Exactly my point. Bit reckless, but to each his own, I suppose.
Believe me, someone taught me how to get out of prison like this before.
Kima steps up and then audibly clicks her door back closed.
Kevin
right, so you've been through this sort of endeavor before?
Yeah, occasionally. I had some support. Unfortunately, I don't have that much.
Well, you seem to be quite familiar with those lockpicks of yours. You ever do any smuggling?
Here and there. Can't say it's my main form of income.
Livestock, foodstuffs, people, or weapons?
Weapons and items? What do you mean people?
Have you ever smuggled people?
No.
You know, like manacled slaves or the like?
No.
All right then. Just you seem a bit familiar with jail is all.
Like I said, I know the inside. I know the inside of one pretty well, but I had friends who used to help me out.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. You?
And what happened to these friends of yours? That's what I thought. Happens to a lot of those that you get close with when you're in this line of work.
Yeah, well, it was just some one asshole who decided to ruin everything.
Oftentimes, all it takes is one asshole to shit over all your plans.
Not just my plans.
Tell you what, we get out of here, I might know someone who's hiring. I could use someone of your particular skill set.
Really? Does his name rhyme with Coil?
Coil?
It's Boyle, right? Boyle, the guy who's in charge of the Thieves Guild?
Boyle is the Thieves Guild guy, yes.
Yeah. Does his name rhyme with Coil?
Not unless you spell it wrong.
Oh, really? And
Do
who's
you
this
only work for people whose names rhyme with Coil?
and start with a B?
Well, then perhaps you wouldn't be interested.
I'm interested.
No worries, it's not for everyone.
Look, I said I'm interested. And Kevin's going to kind of lean back on her cell and just kind of take a deep breath and try to get some sleep because I imagine she's really to the point of exhaustion.
All right. Meanwhile, the bird does spot a window near the front receptionist's desk. There are a couple of other windows throughout the Citadel. There's an open training ground near the back with no less than a dozen soldiers running all sorts of training drills. How would you like to attempt to approach?
So once I get a decent layout of the building, like how big is it?
Size of a small castle's keep. From the exterior, it's about this size. 180 feet square, corner to corner.
So as a bird, I'm just going to keep kind of like circling, getting up on the roof, looking for all the potential entrances.
There is a stairwell that goes down from the roof that does not have any doors barring it from the inside. They are currently ajar, and about half of the windows look to be closed.
Okay. If I can make it down, if I can go up to the roof, find that the open stairwell, I'm going to fly down that.
All
Just
right.
kind of flitting from place to place.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check. As you make your way into the citadel, start swooping around through some of the rafters, trying your best to suss out where they might keep prisoners. So there is a doorway at the end of this hall that is closed that looks to lead back round towards the front of the citadel, kind of nearby that receptionist's desk. That is presumably another hallway, at least before wherever the cells are at for holding prisoners.
Okay. Were any of the windows near the reception area open?
One of the windows near the reception area was open, but that reception area does not have any windows leading further into the citadel.
But does it have like barred doors?
No,
like
it's
basically,
got wooden double doors leading out from the receptionist area, as well as one iron-studded door that leads to the field marshal's office.
because the only places with like the sort of typical barred doors is
Back by
here.
the cells, yeah.
Okay. Well. Let's see here.
Those are all the barred doors with the yellow mark by them, not counting the jail cells themselves.
Okay, greater invisibility only works for up to a minute. Okay. As a bird, Callum's just going to kind of go sit up here on top of what looks like a shelf.
All right.
And wait for someone to like open that door, and then he's going to fly through it.
Trying to swoop in unseen or just doing it quickly?
Just doing it quickly.
All right. So eventually a pair of guards does come by on their own watch. As they make their way around, one does open the door for the other, giving you the opportunity to swoop in. And go ahead and roll me a dexterity check, please. As one is going to try and effectively just swat at you. Not with a weapon or anything, but just with his hand, seeing you swooping at the door he's walking through. That's a 12 to hit.
Oh, that probably hits.
Crap, sorry, I was muted. I've just been basing my rolls off of this giant eagle stat block.
Okay.
And it has an armor class of 13.
Woo!
So he just misses as you swoop between the two guards. Bloody bird. But they pay you no further mind than that, and they continue on their patrol, closing the door behind them.
Oh, there's another door.
I keep kind of like flitting down this hallway, like looking for things to kind of sort of perch on.
There are a couple of sconces, but all of them look to be alight. This hallway in particular looks to have less clutter in and about it.
Okay, well then I'll just fly down and like perch on what looks like one of those iron bar doors.
All right. And perching on those doors, you can see there is another guard around the corner that looks to have a number of keys behind his desk, as well as some books, journals, and the like. He's not paying any particular mind to the hallways in front of him, but he is effectively on duty.
All right, well in that case, I'm just going to keep like sort of flitting from perch spot to perch spot, sort of looking around like I might be looking for, you know, insects or something.
Yeah. As you come around this next stretch of hallway, it's another 80 feet or so before the next set of barred doors you can see around to the left. Coming around and perching on there, to your immediate right is an elderly guard that looks to be asleep, kind of just nuzzled into the corner with a couple of thuggish looking brutes inside of the closest cells, and what look to be more cells further to the south.
Okay, now that I found a place that has cells, I'm going to come in here and again just try to find something to perch on, like that bookshelf.
You come around and perch on the inside. The gentleman with the goatee does notice you fly in and immediately starts whistling towards the bird and putting his hand outside of his bars and trying to call you over.
And I'll just do the bird thing where like I like twist my head back and forth, you know, quickly, and then keep flitting down this way.
And you do see Zara. Effectively, it looks like she's asleep at the back of a cell. And you see a Durgar in the cell next to her and a few individuals in the southern cell that look eager. Like they are on their toes about something.
Have I seen anyone who looks like the person I saw Thule talking to?
Which person Thule talked to when?
The one she said told her that someone had been burning nobles' houses down and showed her the ring.
You do not see Gru Serrato anywhere yet. But there are a lot of rooms inside of the Citadel you didn't check out.
That's okay. It's just one of those, like, maybe I'd run across him. But since I haven't...
You do know that he left the bar and headed straight here, but you haven't run into him yet.
But now that I see Zara, I'm going to flit over to perch on her bars. Let's see if she notices anything.
And I'm going to say with her 22 passive perception, she does hear the sound of a bird fluttering into the room and landing on the bars to her cell door. The softest of tapping of the talons on the metal.
The hell?
And it's that same bright orange bird.
The bird flits across and lands on her cot.
Who? You've got to be magical. Who do I know? Does Zara know if Callum can do this? Or has
You tell me.
You have seen him turn into a giant owl before.
Kevin's going to go for it. She's going to kind of look him straight in the eyes and his little beady eyes and go, Callum?
And he's going to, bob his head a couple of times.
Okay.
You say something, dear.
No. I'm just interested in something. Just 1 second. Callum, is that you? Or are you just some bird that the guards decided to let in because they're completely incompetent?
Is that Callum, or am I just talking to birds right now?
Yeah.
And at this point, Callum is going to release his polymorph.
So what's it look like as Callum appears beside Zara?
The bird just slowly, it starts to get surrounded by some sparkling, lights, and it starts to expand. And as, it starts to expand slowly and then quicker, and then kind of just blinks. And Callum is standing on the cot next to Zara.
What the fuck? Kevin's going to take like a huge...
I don't think we need to be here right now.
No, I really don't, because I really don't know why they're doing this to me. How'd you get here?
Shh. Zara, come here.
Yeah, what?
He reaches out and grabs her hand and dimensions doors them 500 feet away from the Citadel.
In which direction?
I'm going to go probably towards the south. As he was scouting around, he was trying to look for where he would want a dimension door out.
No worries. Just there's a 50-50 shot of you picking the ocean. Well, the shimmering stream.
Agramar's temple.
Splash. But you guys almost immediately, Zara, your senses are overwhelmed by the bright light as you two find yourselves standing out in the middle of the street.
What?
And a wagon noticeably has to veer out of its already marching path to avoid hitting you guys. You just appear in the middle of the street, and you can hear the driver just cursing at the horses that the horse should have been looking out for you people.
Kevin's going to quickly...
Should we just move on a bit? Let's get out of the way of this cart.
Yeah. I was not expecting that. Okay.
How
I
about...
just need a minute.
Why don't we head back? I think you may have left some stuff at my place. Why don't we go back there?
I did. I thought I didn't. I thought I didn't. Yeah, I thought I didn't.
But let's just maybe head back that way. Interesting people I saw as I was flying past the inn.
Yeah, the stupid guards decided to do their job and just saw me in Lord Yeager's estate. Am I supposed to feel sick after Dimension Door?
It does happen sometimes.
Oh my god. Okay, that's great. I never want to do that again. Oh god.
Only when necessary, dear. Only when necessary.
Yeah, let's hope. I hope that dwarf isn't going to be angry at me. I did unlock his cell. Oh god.
How did they catch you?
I don't know.
Why did they catch you?
I was... the errands I told you I had to run after, I went over to Lord Yeager's and, well, I was snooping around and I found some really troubling stuff that I don't know if it's a red herring or not, and I managed to get out of there. I think some guards might have seen me, but I don't know. They started chasing me. Usually if I fly out of a noble's estate, they don't pay that much attention, but for some reason they did.
But I was... Nari and Tuli and I were out earlier, and she said there was a guardsman. He had your ring.
What? He has my what? Kevin is going to check on her fingers to see if that's true, because she hasn't really noticed
And the
it.
ring is gone.
No. Shit. I'm so sorry, Callum. I don't know what happened inside of there. It must have just slipped off. God damn it. Now I have to sneak back in. Wait. A guard had it?
Yes, I didn't recognize him. I'm sure Tuli seemed to know who he was. I don't know. Some sort of officer of the guard. Gru, maybe?
I don't think I know that. Again, I'm still trying to get over the dimension door or whatever the hell you did. I don't know. We look, we should just get to the inn. I'll think of something. Thankfully, no one but anyone over here and maybe a couple more people knows that it's my ring. I'll try to steal it back. I'm so sorry, Callum.
No, I was just worried about you. And look, I really don't think you need to go to the inn right now. Like I said, I've heard that, perhaps you had been, well, that you were in trouble. I turned myself into that bird and started flying around. And it seemed like there was a lot of guards around the inn.
That's just great.
I don't think there'll be quite as many looking at my shop.
Great. Okay. Just try to get everyone over to your shop. Wait, word spread fast that I was in trouble. I didn't give them my name or anything.
No, it was just a description of a female halfling. Someone setting fires.
Wait, setting fires? I didn't set a fire.
Someone apparently set fire to Lord Yeager's manor.
I didn't do that. I don't...
And of course I believe you, but it was just the description made certain of us think of you.
Right. Of course. Let's just head back to your place, get the others, and I'll tell them what I think I saw. Hopefully it's something worth of importance because, well, I'm fine. No one knows that I did it. Didn't give them my name. I'll just have to dye my hair for a bit.
All right. Well, let's just get back to the shop.
So as the two of you are making your way back to the Ridge Bottom Exchange, can I get a stealth check from the pair of you? As you hustle through the city streets.
Gonna go ahead and apologize to Zara.
Ooh.
My good old +0.
All right, so the two of you are along your way. In the meanwhile, Agramar, not too long after Shreve made his way back into the kitchens, is there any sort of particular way you'd like to attempt some of these studies?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to, I guess, commune would be a phrase, a word to use in what I'm trying to do. Unless I know of another library that's not in the overgrown zone, I'll just try to extend my consciousness into the legends of Daganata at the castle Cathedral Terrace to see if there's something I can pull from.
All right. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana check.
Certainly. Arcana is +7, so that's a 21.
You sit down and find yourself slowly slipping into a deep meditative state. And you start visibly doing your best to recall kind of like a mind palace of the specific tomes within the library that you might have thumbed through at any point in your years of service there, having something to do with these ruby stones, these philosopher stones, as you've heard them called. And you find yourself deeply concentrating, that you pay no mind to the next couple of batches of biscuits that are produced in front of you, or the shrieks and screams from Shreve as you pay him no mind, as he eventually just throws the trays away and makes his way back into the kitchen in a fluster. But you focus on some of these tales, and you recall some of the information you guys have read within the Great Library about the effectively the sole toll cost of producing such a philosopher's stone, about how it takes the sacrifice of anywhere from 100 to 1,000 lives for each stone. There are similar stones that you've read about, like Ioun stones, that you've come across in your adventures, where they are themselves instilled with this sort of like a frozen, solidified expression of the arcane magic sacrifice to put inside of them, to contain this essence of magic to be drawn upon by their wielder. This concentrated arcanum, this component that could be used to boost and bolster spells just naturally. You don't ascertain any new information, unfortunately, but you effectively sort of retrace and recall some of the lore that you've already come across about these stones, these philosopher stones, and about how not just the entities that have served within Daganata, but also other cultures around the world here, how different places have come to understand the same sort of discovery of condensing sacrifices into magical essence. Like there are hex bags that witches use that you've come across doing similar sorts of things, other sort of like magical focuses, holy relics, like the way a saint's bones might be buried at a church or temple and still maintain some sort of divine essence to make the ground that they're planted and buried in a hallowed ground themselves. Just the pure magical essence that gets instilled into some of these artifacts. You find yourself a little bit lost in this sort of semi-conscious meditation when the doors behind you chime open and you can start to hear Nari rambling on about something that she saw out in the streets, accompanied by Thule, as they arrive back at the Phoenix Feather Inn.
Oh, hello. Welcome back. I hope that your venture was fruitful today.
We did not get to go on our adventure, but hold that thought for just a moment. Thule wants to find like the closest open area to sit down and wants to use her crystal ball of scrying to scry on Kevin.
All right.
Just get it out of the way.
Agramar's gonna say, "Did you know that the gods were asking about Kevin?"
Yes, I'm aware.
Oh, okay.
So that's a
I have
wisdom save?
Yeah, she needs to make a let me look, hold on, let me pull up scrying real quick. It should be in my spell list because yep, there it is. She needs to make a wisdom saving throw. So that has to she gets a -5 to the saving throw because I know her well. So -5, that is
Nice natural
wait,
20
hold
on
on.
your save.
Do I have anything of Kevin's?
Has she
I
given
have
you?
I have a dagger. I have a dagger from Kevin.
So that's a -10 on the save, I believe, right?
No, possession or garment. So that's an additional -4.
So 22 -9.
That's 11? No. 12. No.
13.
13.
13.
She fails to save.
You were almost there.
So as you start to focus upon the crystal ball in the middle of the Phoenix Feather Inn, the silvery clouds on the inside of it start to swirl and take color, similar to the effects of that projector room that you guys were in previously. These shapes begin to solidify into the familiar features of Kevin. And you can see her struggling against a couple of guards. There's some sort of an exchanging of words. And then she's effectively thrown into a cell, still manacled, and then just kind of left there. And then you start to hear bits and pieces of the conversation that Summer might have heard, as she seems to be talking with other people around her, other prisoners and the such. But your focus doesn't go outside of the cell walls that she's inside of. You can see Zara's in jail.
Okay. She'll go ahead and end her scrying. Well, got an answer to that question.
So you found what you're looking for?
Yes, Kevin's in prison.
That doesn't shock me, to say the least.
Apparently, she left her ring behind in Lord Jaeger's manor, which happened to have a fire set in it.
And she's not that dumb to start a fire in a noble's house.
You would think so.
I give her the benefit of the doubt. She's impulsive, but not that impulsive.
Unless maybe she was tired. I don't know if well, she wasn't here last night. But even tired, Kevin's more focused than usual.
Exactly. I was questioned outside by the guards. I think I gave them the slip, but, yeah, that doesn't... It sounds like Kevin, but it's not Kevin's motive, normally.
No.
She would have asked, at least, Rafal, if she could, burn someone's house. It's not like she would just go do that willy-nilly.
And Rafal would obviously say no to burning Lord Montaigne Jaeger's estate.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite possible that she might have broken in, but not caused arson. She likes fire, but not that much. I think there's trouble afoot. In any case, do you know anything about Philosopher's Stones?
What check would I make for that, DM?
Probably be an Arcana check.
Ooh. Not good at those. 16.
You have just heard those words for the first time.
Yeah, no clue.
This and Nari's right there, but she's seen what's happened before. So Agamar is going to fill Tuli in. Well, these particular stones are powered by the life force of people. Rafal and I had used them actually hours before we met you in that tavern. Do you remember on Trail's End?
I remember it very well.
Yeah, that crazy battle that happened right down the street. We crushed 20, 30 of those stones, and it could have been hundreds of thousands of lives that were souls that were extinguished. And I've been trying to figure out how to deal with it, to be honest. I think this, he points to himself, this red form, I think it's corrupted. It's not, doesn't feel like me, 100%. And I'm trying to figure out how to move forward. You know, we give Nari all kinds of hell of eating a life or a soul now and then, but I consumed 10 stones, so if there was a 1,000, you know, that's 10,000 souls that I consumed. And Rafal, he consumed 19 or 20 of those stones. And we have to live with that. And I'm trying to figure out what I can do to make that right. It's kind of been weighing on me for the last year.
I can't say I have much knowledge on redeeming soul stealing, unfortunately.
I know. I've been trying since then to make it right. I have not taken a life, even in defense of someone, since then. Trying to be better. But I don't know the path forward for me. I'm trying to figure this out because on one hand I can take the high road and be divine and say that it was for a purpose, or I can take the road of humility and say that it was my fault and I just have to bear it and live with it for the rest of my days. It's difficult. It's easier to brush it off than it is to deal with it.
Sorry, I'm thinking really hard of how to respond to this without totally sounding like an asshole.
He's an asshole, go for it.
Well, I mean, technically you're taking both roads, right? You did it for a purpose, and then also, sorry, what was the second thing you said?
Taking the high road and ignoring it, taking the low road and accepting it, and just living with the torment of taking those many souls. The high road would be, it's dirt off my shoulder. Low road is bearing it for the rest of your life.
I mean, you know that soul stealing isn't necessarily, in my eyes, morally wrong. Rafal would disagree for good reasons. So I mean, either way, even if you ignore it, it's still there in the back of your mind that you did it. Or just accepting it because you would have died otherwise. Rafal would have died otherwise, correct?
That's absolutely correct. Even with the amount of souls that we took, we lost Nari in that fight, and it was not enough, but it did save everyone else here. Yeah.
My advice, or at least what I would do, I would ignore it. You're just gonna worry yourself to death over it otherwise.
Do you think that's... Well, right. I mean, I didn't make the stones, I just used them, right? So I didn't end the lives of 100,000 people. I just used it to save a few.
There you go.
I don't know what I would do without you.
You couldn't have possibly known that they were bad, Agrimar.
You're absolutely right, Sheaves.
That was
That
Nari.
was- Sorry.
Is that Nari?
That was Nari.
That was Nari.
God, you all sound alike in this inn.
It's not like you had somebody come along and tell you like they were bad or anything.
No, that's... The shrub and the cat is right. I don't know. And I have to live with that. But if it would have saved Rafal and Kevin and Nari as best I could, it was worth it. And
There you go.
quite frankly, if I wouldn't have done it, Thule, then those terrible people would have made it towards the tavern and probably have killed you as well. So that's a burden I can bear for a little while.
I'm glad that I could help you with this moral dilemma. Is that? Yes, that's the wording I want to use. And it was a lovely chat, and I'm so sorry to cut it short. Truly, I have an issue to take care of.
Is there anything I can help with?
Oh, no. I've got this. Thank you, though.
Will,
I very much
stew in my
appreciate your
thoughts then.
And I'm going to assume that Thule has seen the Citadel before, and she's going to make her way over there.
All right. Roll me a perception check, Thule.
Gladly.
This is gonna be great.
Oops.
I'd like to see the prisoner. Oh shit.
Considering I'm just really happy because of the iPad you get advantage on perception checks.
Nice.
Oh,
21.
So as you are making your way down the street that the Citadel is on, not Elm Street, but the next one, you go a good 300 feet outside of the Phoenix Feather Inn before you swear you spotted a couple of people just dart by on the opposite end through that alleyway that looked like, for that split second, you saw them kind of like Callum.
She's gonna do a double take and oh shoot, no, Callum doesn't have an earring. Hold on. Hold up. Can she dimension door to try to head them off? Like get in front of them? Get in front of him?
About in front of where you think they'd be at?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I'm gonna do that.
Anyone going with Thule right now? Nari staying at the inn.
Yeah, no, Tuli went off by herself.
All right. So you appear in front of Callum and Zara. Callum, you were looking back over your shoulders for anybody who might be following the pair of you. And when you turn back around, there's Tuli, like 15 feet in front of where you guys are moving.
By the gods!
Oh, no,
Where you
Oh.
went off to.
that's not what I was expecting. Ah, Tuli, hi. Hi.
Hello.
I found Zara.
I see. I was about to go get her, but I see that you did that yourself.
Oh, what? Disappointed?
No, of course not.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps we should keep moving.
Right.
Did you what? Why? She'll follow after them. I suppose I should
Tuli
also
starts
roll
to
a
quicken
stealth
her
check.
pace along them. Go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Oh no!
Natural one.
It's our Tuli, loud as hell.
I don't even have disadvantage on him anymore.
Oh.
Okay, so as Thule like starts following us, and she obviously like trips over something.
She kicks a bucket that falls into another pile of
that
buckets,
damn bucket.
knocking over a small cluster of mops nearby.
That's what I figured.
This is simply for like RP flavor. Could I roll like a performance check or something? Because she is very annoyed right now.
Sure thing.
29. Hell yeah.
You maintain your composure.
But as Callum hears that, he's just going to go ahead and he casts invisibility on Zara.
Zara's not going to realize this and turn around. Tuli, can you just please, for once in your life, do something right and just not fuck it up?
She's not looking you in
Wow.
the eye.
Tuli's just gonna brush off that Zara is suddenly invisible. Be like, oh wow, I could say the same for you, huh?
Oh, yeah. What do you mean by that?
Okay, right now is not really the best time. Please?
No, you're right. You're right. Anyways, she'll try to she'll walk, I guess, whatever speed they are beside Callum. Why are you hiding her?
Because the job.
Just thought it might be for the best.
Because the guards decided to finally do their jobs.
I mean, okay, so I scryed on you, Zara, Kevin. I saw you were in jail. Did you just not pay her bail?
Why did you
Bail?
want to pay it?
What is bail?
It's what you pay to get people out of prison so they don't have to stay in there until their court date.
That's for suckers.
That sounds like I've never heard of that before.
Callum, have you ever been to jail?
No.
That's why.
No, but where I grew up, if you go in jail, it's usually the trial if you're gonna have one in like 2 days. They don't let anybody out once they got them.
Well, that doesn't seem very efficient.
Well, considering that most of the sentences were hangings, it seemed to work.
Oh god.
What, even for like minor crimes?
Yeah, it was fairly strict.
Wait, where's Callum from?
I don't think we ever actually decided on like an official city.
No. What continent? Averston, Misthaven, or just somewhere off into the rainbow?
I'll say somewhere on Averston.
Oh, I have heard of that place.
But yeah, I just happened to catch sight of you, Callum, on my way to the Citadel, because I figured if Kevin was there, it'd be better to just get her out of there as soon as possible, and then, kind of hide her away until the guards just forget about her.
Yeah.
I had a very similar thought. So that's what we're doing. And since I saw several guards around the inn when I was out looking for her before I saw her getting carried off to the Citadel. I figured the inn's probably not the place to go.
Oh, they were asking Agrimar about Kevin.
They were?
Or more precisely, a halfling with brown hair. Apparently they saw you fleeing from some noble estates.
Well, yeah, I was doing something with Lord Jaeger trying to dig up some information. Look, can you get the
And you
party
set a
to-
fire?
Why does everyone keep thinking that I set a fire? I didn't set
Because
the
your ring was found in the ashes of his office. It was on fire.
I didn't set it. I don't care who says it. I didn't set it. The ring just must have fallen off.
Were you even there?
I told you I was looking for information on Lord Jaeger.
By yourself?
Yeah.
I imagine about this point we're getting close to the shop.
Yeah. About another 100 feet or so.
Look, can you just get everyone together, because I just need to tell them information before something else happens. I've been running from the guards all day.
Okay, yeah, I'll make my way back over to the inn. I'll let them know to meet here, and I'll be back. I don't. Verfall's still at the castle. I don't think he has to know.
No, he needs to know. Not about this. I mean, eventually he'll figure it out.
You got the.
Oh, obviously
you got one of the
about
earrings,
the Lord
don't you?
Jaeger info.
Oh, I do.
The range is only 120 feet.
Well, maybe he's 120 feet closer, Tuli.
He went to the castle.
Maybe he's coming home.
Would Zara have had the earring when she got arrested, or did she leave it behind with Cal?
I think she would have had it when she was arrested.
Probably got
It would have been
confiscated.
confiscated.
Yeah, Kevin's going to kind of instinctively reach towards her ear and go, God damn it.
You remember
Okay.
that pat down they gave you.
All right, so then
Oh,
I
great.
will.
Agrimar has his mark on a bunch of shit that Kevin has.
Fine. Okay. Don't worry about that. I'll go fetch Agrimar and Nari, and then I'll go find Rafal, and then we'll hear this info that you have. I hope it's good.
Yeah, it should be good. Otherwise, it's a red herring, or he got arrested for nothing and apparently framed for arson. Wouldn't be the first time I've been framed. Or used. And she'll look at Tuli, not kind of realizing that Tuli can't see her.
Yeah, no, Tuli is none the wiser, or at least she's pretending to be. She knows what Kevin's implying. And once Kevin and Callum are safely in Ridge Bottom Exchange, she'll make her way back to Phoenix Feather Inn. She'll probably kick whatever first thing she sees in her path out of the way in a little bit of frustration.
My biscuits!
And as soon as she gets back to the inn, she's not even gonna fully go inside. She's gonna poke her head in. Akamar, Nari.
Yes, Julie.
Oh,
hello, Kevin.
Oh no, Kevin's not.
No, Kevin's not with her.
Oh, damn.
If you could, at your earliest convenience, make your way to Ridge Bottom Exchange. We have Kevin. I believe Callum broke her out of jail, so I'm gonna go fetch Rafal.
I can
that
send a
goodness to
message
him.
to him and have him meet us there. Don't waste the time.
Magic is just OP in this world.
I'd rather you be with me if we're considering that we're walking with a fugitive.
Nari's a fugitive?
No,
Kevin's
not
not
Kevin.
there.
Kevin's not here. She's with Callum at Ridge Bottom Exchange.
I mean, going to be with a fugitive. I'd rather.
They don't know where she is. Or I'm sure they don't even know that she's gone yet.
Do you want me to send the message or not?
No, I'll go fetch him. I need a bit of a walk.
Enjoy your stroll, then. I will see you at the Ridge Bottom Exchange.
So as Tuli makes her way out from the Phoenix Feather Inn, we cut back to the castle, where Rafal just bid salutations to the Queen and had the doors slammed in his face by Sabrina Marin.
That, it was warranted. And then he's gonna make his way back over to the hallway he was just in, to Artoria Semper's room.
Make your way back round to her chambers, and as you go to knock, you feel that same light pressure of something landing on your shoulder. Come on in, then.
That's unsettling. Okay.
As you open the door to Artoria Simber's chambers, you can see she is not at her alchemy station, where all manner of vials and potions are brewing and just on all manner of stands. There's glassware and ingredients covering every inch of this desk. But there's another desk, more of a study in the corner, with a handful of books and tomes stacked up not in any particular order, with a loose leaf parchments also bundled up, rolls of scrolls in cases, and just what looks to be a student's lounge of sort. And as the door to her chamber opens up, you can see her own ghostly white pupils flutter for a moment before her eyes return to her own sight. She says, "Hello, Rafal."
Artoria, you look worried.
Well, remember how you asked me to keep an eye on Mandane?
Yeah, I went and talked to her. She told me about the dreams and the not sleeping.
So you were aware. I
No,
overheard.
I am now. Just like this afternoon, became aware.
A few nights ago, I started to notice what I thought were conversations happening in her room. So, as she kind of whisks her wrist and the door behind you closes and then locks by itself, I had Archimedes wait around inside of her chambers at night, staying invisible in order to understand what we might be missing.
Uh-huh.
Expecting to be eavesdropping on some sort of mischief at the very least. But nobody else ever came by her chambers. She put herself to bed, and then Archimedes said that she started to struggle in her sleep, and she started. Well, are you familiar with what languages your mother knows?
Not intimately, I guess.
Because between Archimedes and myself, we have a collective understanding of the common tongue, draconic, dwarvish, elvish, giant, infernal, and abyssal. But I'm afraid we were having trouble trying to put a finger on the language that your mother was using in her sleep. It's not quite like anything I've heard before.
I'm gonna take a stab in the dark here. Is it possible that it was the language of the Ankai-ish people?
It didn't seem to have the same sort of intonations as the Striders use when speaking primordial.
Well, was Infernal on the list of languages that she just listed?
It was.
What about Abyssal?
She said, common, draconic, dwarvish, elvish, giant, infernal, and abyssal. And that it didn't sound like primordial.
I think deep speech is the one we're missing in the party.
Maybe. Well, that's unsettling. She didn't mention that, but then again, she probably isn't aware of it.
She didn't mention having any conversations in these dreams.
Did she mention having conversations?
She didn't.
No. In fact, in the dreams that she mentioned to me, she didn't mention speaking at all.
Did she say what was happening in these dreams?
Yes, she was, I guess for all intents and purposes, performing surgery on my father, who's been dead or missing for quite some time.
That's unsettling.
Yeah. Huh. I need a second to think.
I understand. This is a lot.
So, I've never heard of anything like this before. I don't know much about. Is it like? I don't know where it could be coming from. Have you heard of any other people in the castle not being able to sleep or anything similar?
I did overhear Dr. Wells discussing similar sort of symptoms of another patient. He didn't say which patient it was, but somebody else seemed to be suffering from similar such night terrors. Stirring about in their sleep uncontrollably and causing small scratches and lesions across their own arms and chest.
Well, is there anything that you could suggest on how we might figure out what's causing it? Being the great protege that you are.
I can attempt a few divination rituals about her chambers the next time she makes her way out. Try and see if I can detect any sort of oddities, curses, hexes, or the like. I'm not sure entirely what sort of activities is causing these dreams, but I could read into a few studies on such spells. It's outside of my own particular realm of expertise, but I could ask about the academy.
Discreetly, of course. Um, uh, how do you subtly drop that you need to research contracts with devils? But she's not speaking infernal, which is weird. Well, I think for now, I suggested that she maybe try leaving the castle, to try to find some sleep outside of these walls. If she does that, is there a chance you could let me know where she goes?
Certainly.
I appreciate you keeping an eye on her. I told her that I asked you to look out, so, you know, it's not too weird if you talk to her.
All right. I hope I'm being helpful.
Oh, yes, I appreciate, like, honestly, I feel much better knowing that you're looking over her.
Sorry, I don't have any more concrete answers for you.
I mean, the second you figure them out, please let me know. But I'm going to
I
try to get my friends to work on it as well.
I might look into some sort of a comprehend languages spell going forward, assuming she continues to have these night terrors, to at least hopefully understand what it is she's saying while she slumbers.
That's a good idea. Wizards are so full of useful tricks.
We can be resourceful at times.
Yeah, I don't think I can't think of anything I have. But my friends are very powerful as well. So I think that if we can maybe get them involved, that'd be something that would be helpful as well.
I'd love to pick at their brains to see if they have any sort of insight to these matters.
Well, the queen wants to meet them too, so maybe I'll bring them all to the castle sometime.
Very well then. Perhaps that'll be sometime soon.
That sounds like the plan. Well, I'm going to, I think I'm going to get going. It's getting pretty late.
I suppose it's for the best. It is a long way down.
Yep. One long walk down the stairs.
As she starts, with her left hand, she produces a small pendant, about the size of a locket, from around her neck. And with her right hand, she starts weaving a small circle that gets larger and larger. And as she does so, this sort of sparking ember ring appears just in front of her own door chamber. And through this ring appears this portal. And on the other side, you can see the base of the stairs, just the last couple of steps about the base of Castle Misthaven.
Oh, hey, that's a neat trick.
It's a long way and such a considerable waste of time.
Well, thank you for the shortcut. You have a great rest of your night.
Take care, Rafal, and stay safe.
You as well. And he's gonna walk on through.
You step through this portal that seals itself shut behind you, and you are back out in the city of Misthaven.
Hey, Dooley! What are you doing over here?
Oh, just the man I was looking for. I have some news, good, bad, and worse. Which would you like to hear first?
Oh, that rhymed.
Well,
That was the point.
I'm in a good mood, so let's start with the good news.
We found Kevin.
All right. Why? Okay, what's the bad news?
She was arrested.
Okay, what's the worst news?
Helen broke her out of jail. By the way, she's gonna make sure that she's like as close to Rafal as possible. Kind of like hurriedly whispering this in his ear, making sure nobody is like trying to listen in.
He's just like rubs his temples. He's like, okay.
While also trying to like hurry him along.
Are they safe?
They're in Ridgebottom Exchange. Akamar and Nari should already be there.
Let's go.
And it's not too long.
Why did she? As they're walking, he's gonna be like, "So, why did she get arrested?"
So apparently there was a halfling seen fleeing from the noble estates, and it just so happens that I spoke to the lovely Sergeant Cruz Serrato. She's gonna say that sarcastically, the lovely part.
Yeah, very, very intelligent man.
Oh yes, definitely. You know, gambling his life away.
I'm very familiar
Very noble.
with Gru. Yes, I know the man.
Sorry. So he happened, her ring was found in the office of one Lord Montaigneger, and there was a fire in there.
Yep, I heard about that.
She swears up and down, though, that she did not set the fire. And I do actually believe her, but why was... And she says, by the way, that she has very important information, which I certainly hope so, for a jailbreak. I was just going to bail her out.
Yeah, I mean, I know Cassandra Creed. This isn't that... Okay. Okay, let's go. Oh, wait. So... Wait, her ring was there, but she says she didn't do it?
Yes.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, no, trust me.
Okay. Well, let's go.
And, yeah, that's not good.
And with the good, bad, and worst news delivered, you guys are quick to make your journey up to the front doors of the Ridge Bottom Exchange. Is
You're
this
back.
both of... Oh, no! Well, there are all manner of sights to behold here at the Ridge Bottom Exchange. But as you guys approach, the door chimes open, and Callum is standing there with a warm smile across his face. He says, friends, so great to see all of you. Come inside. Please, is there anything I can do to assist you in our adventures?
Where's the real Callum?
I am the real Callum of none other than Ridge Bottom Exchange.
What about
You
the
most
other?
definitely are not.
What about the other Callum?
Yeah, where's the other Callum?
Well, if there are no further purchases that you guys need, I just made my way around to the back with Zara a few minutes ago. He said he would be right back.
Okay. We're coming back! I feel like it's good to announce.
Hello,
myself.
Rafal.
Oh. Hey, Agrimar! How's it going?
Apparently shitty.
Yeah, so I've heard. Where's she at?
Things going around.
We walk back.
You guys go into I assume a back room, and you see Callum and Zara.
Apparently their naked bodies entwined. No, I'm kidding.
No, I know.
That was last night, apparently.
Agrimar's taking notes.
Hey, Kevin. Wanna catch me up on what's going on?
Yeah, no, totally. Look, first of all, if any of you heard any news about some arson, I didn't do it, but I broke into the Jaeger estate and I found some documents in there. Just to get it out there, just in case something happens.
Just a moment, Kevin. Callum, is your estate protected from outside eyes and ears?
He might answer you if he was here.
Nice.
But he was here.
No, he left.
That's why the simulacrum opened the door.
Oh, why did he have
Oh.
to leave?
I don't know. He said, "Be right back."
He did?
Can we just...
Not in
Like
my
literally,
chat.
as you guys walked to the
Yeah.
wall, he said it through Discord.
Yeah.
I didn't... Where?
Where?
Yeah, he did it.
Through
No,
voice.
I think he PM'd Ryan.
Oh,
Oh,
and through
no.
voice.
With his
No,
voice.
yeah.
He used his
Oh.
voice.
Oh, he
Said,
did?
I'll be right back.
I was
I-
listening to everyone else talk.
I didn't hear him.
Yeah, no.
I was very confused. I'm like,
Wait, people
that's
speak?
not
I don't
here
understand.
Right now.
All right.
Voice
Agrimar
means
has
nothing.
a numerous amount of spells at his disposal. He's going to do some form of protection for...
It's, the spell is non-detection, I believe.
Yeah, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I have that one. If not, I will at the least cast silence.
I'm
and we
pretty
can do
sure you
something else.
don't, which is one of the reasons why we had to hire Phelan to cast it.
Yeah, she was also a higher level caster than I was.
I also don't think it's a cleric spell.
Knowledge
You never know.
Maybe move this to a place where it is safer to speak.
Well, that
Not
would be the
implying
Phoenix
that-
Feather Inn, but if they know it was Kevin, they
I'm back.
also know to find her there.
Hey.
Hey, Callum, is your business anti-scriable?
No, never had any reason to make it so.
Do you know the non-detection
Why the hell
spell?
are we here then?
I was going to accept the.
Do you know the non-detection spell, Callum?
No, I don't believe I've ever had any reason to learn that one.
I was actually going to propose that we maybe go to the Temple of the Maker. You can't scry in there, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
We could go
Everything
down
that's
to the
said
forge,
and spoken
assuming-
there and done there is, well, what happens in the Maker's Temple stays in the Maker's Temple.
What's that supposed
Can
to
you
mean?
just teleport us there, Agrimar?
Shaboom! Word of recall, take us to the temple.
Does it work on the same plane of existence?
Yes, it does.
That's dope.
Oh, that was good.
Well, before you
I do my
teleport us
best
all,
Kung Fu Panda, and I say skadoosh, and we all just head over to the Maker's Temple.
well, first I'm going to say when you guys arrived, Callum was like downstairs in the shop area, and Zara was upstairs. And
Too much of her shit.
Are you talking about Callum or not Callum?
the actual Callum
Oh,
was
okay.
downstairs.
Do we just want to retcon the conversation we had, or just go with it?
It happened, and we're moving on.
Well, but there's a very important thing that I have to do. Because
Okay, you do that while everyone was waiting, because we waited for you to come back. So
right,
Yeah.
well,
Agrimar, as you start preparing to cast your spell, Callum throws his hands up. All right, I'm sorry. I'm not the real Callum. Let me go get him. He was the one who opened the door.
What? Why? Who?
This whole simulacrum business is so confusing.
It's very confusing.
And I do magic.
No, the one that is nice is a simulacrum. That's not the Callum that we know.
Sounds nice.
Clearly.
I
A
mean,
few moments later,
I feel like I
Callum
know the
walks in.
simulacrum now.
and he's carrying a hat.
Uh.
And he hands it to Zara, says,
Here, you might want this. I think it'll be useful.
Right, because a hat is a good disguise.
Just put it on.
I like the way you think, Kevin. Yes.
Kevin's going to put it on her head.
And
Callum had already been concentrating on an image. And as soon as you put the hat on, you change your appearance.
I'm sure that's fine, but we're heading to the temple, so we can iron out the details later.
Right. We just need to go before anything else happens because,
We're
Might
going to
be
be all
just-
over this city. They're not going to be able to find you, Kevin.
of course, yes. So let's hurry. Let's hurry. Sorry.
Is everyone with everyone around? Agrimar will word of recall pull us to the Maker's Temple.
Skadoosh!
Party skadooshes to the Maker's Temple.
That's a 6th level spell slot. Let's not go into combat.
Okay.
We're back in the his word of recall takes us to the forge. So unfortunately, Vale is there next to the anvil.
We'll just shoo him out.
Really, I don't know
I leave
why-
that to Tuli.
Okay.
Really, I don't know why that dimension door really knocked me out of it.
Mine is far more gentle than Dimension Door.
Yeah. Okay. So, Kevin, care to
Right.
explain what the fuck is going on?
Okay, so Yes, I admit I went into Lord Jaeger's estate. Apparently, the guards were actually doing their jobs and they saw me get out. But regardless, I found some information in there. I found some journals, loose leaf parchment, studies from the Wizards of Academia, detailing shielding against or over mind controlling spells, dominate person, detect thoughts, wavering arcane magic to harness the attacker's most severe elemental base spell effects, absorbed elementals, all these spells and shit. And another pile. I told you, Callum, you know about the constructs and the automatons outside of Lord Jaeger's estate, right?
Yes, yes, we saw them while we were there, yes.
Yeah, well, I saw more sketches based on ones that I haven't seen before, especially on Lord Jaeger's estate. And then I saw some weird translation on one of those tomes. I think some of it was in Draconic, mentioning something about Averston. Um, I remember hearing about this just in tales, but essentially it was. The story goes when humans and elves waged a terrible war against evil dragons, the world seemed doomed. Powerful wizards came together and worked their greatest magic, forging 5 orbs of dragonkind to help defeat the dragons. One orb was taken to each of the 5 wizard towers, and they were used to speed the war towards an end. The wizards used it to use the orbs to lure dragons to them, then destroy them with their powerful magic. And I think the story goes that even though the wizards' towers fell and faded into legend, their magic has been warped and twisted over the centuries, and these orbs now allow for some measure of control over dragons, and that was in Lord Jaeger's estate that I managed to find.
I think he's trying to control a dragon.
I think
so.
he brought the dragon to Misthaven. The black dragon.
He fought a dragon. I just remembered that.
It's quite possible that they used this type of magic to control this dragon. It had the golden lotus symbol upon its forehead. So perhaps each symbol requires a different type of magic to control a different type of being.
Maybe.
So why did you set fire to the place?
I didn't set fire to the place. I escaped. No, I didn't escape. That's not the right word. I just got out of there. I don't know how the place got on fire. I really don't. I don't work that way. I don't set fire to things that I steal from. I set fire to things away from the place that I'm going to steal from, making a distraction.
So why was there a fire?
I don't know.
The place was not on fire
Just the
before
office.
you left, right?
No, I don't believe so.
So, they saw you left, and then someone started a fire.
And why
to
was
frame
your
you.
why was your ring there? Wait, who why did you take off your ring?
I don't know how it managed to fall off. I guess it just fell off.
Insight check.
I was just about to insight check her.
Agrimar is all about the insight.
Oh my god.
Callum trusts her.
17, natural 20. Like, let's go.
Agrimar, do you really need to roll?
I do need to roll, because I might have as good of an insight as Julie. Not as good as Thule, but a 28. We know if you're lying or shit.
So, Rachel, what did they ascertain with a 24, a 28, and a 30?
I'm telling the absolute truth. I don't know who set that fire.
Yeah, but how did your ring get there?
I
Yeah.
was there.
Uh-huh.
Did you have an altercation with the gods, by chance?
No, I don't remember, and I don't think so.
Wait,
Did you have sweaty hands?
it just seems like, wouldn't you be using the ring to be invisible?
I try to save the ring in emergencies.
Okay, why would you take it off?
I don't know how it managed to get off.
Was there anything else that had a flame in there?
Maybe a couple of candles? A
Look, why is everyone... She's already told you what happened.
No, I believe her. Trust me. I'm
Callum,
just trying to figure this
Then
out.
why does it seem like you're interrogating her?
No.
Because
She's
something
telling the
in
truth.
her
We're trying to
story-
figure out who set
Because
her up.
somebody framed her.
Yeah, something doesn't add up.
Callum. Or not Callum. Kevin, if I may, can I see your hand? Which finger did you have the ring on it?
Left index finger?
Left index
She
finger.
holds up a hand and points to a finger.
All right.
No, wait,
Agramar's gonna.
not index finger. Ring finger? The one that's not the middle, that's in between the pinky and the middle finger.
That is
The
your ring
shit.
finger.
The ring finger,
big
right?
Yeah,
toe.
fuck, yeah. I'm sorry,
So
I
now-
got confused.
It was a,
Now, the
a
important-
promise ring.
Now the important question is the left hand or the right hand?
Left?
That's the
Okay,
wedding
'cause that's
hand.
where the wedding ring
Right,
goes.
that's a promise ring. All right, Agramar would like to do a medicine check to see if it was forcefully removed, like a construction accident, like she caught it on something and it ripped part of the skin.
Looking at the hand, it doesn't look to be injured.
Callum, how is there any magical spells that are make it so she wouldn't remember something that happened?
Well, I have not made much of a study of the mind-affecting realm. I'm more into the transmutations of things.
There's, if I
But
may,
there certainly are powerful magics that can make people forgetful or distort memories.
such as modify memory is one.
Wait, are you Look, I told you. I think it just managed to slip off.
No.
Julie,
the Kevin
do you-
I know doesn't just lose expensive things.
Yeah,
Exactly. Tuli, do you know how to use the spell modify memory?
No, that's a
I
good
am-
beat.
Or
Oh.
the proponents of it, how it works?
I am
And
aware
it's-
of the spell. I do not
Can it
have.
be undone by anything?
It can be undone by.
How?
Hold on, just a second. Tuli can cast it. It's
Is
just
it
she doesn't have
Wish
it
or
prepared.
Greater restoration.
She uses it
Rafal's
on Agramar.
Rafal's
Forget
gonna
this
try
conversation.
Rafal's gonna
Hold
try
on, I'm-
something, and he's
I'm
gonna
looking
touch
for it.
Kevin, and
Do
he's
your
gonna
lay on
use
hands thing.
cleansing touch.
That does not work.
I don't
know that much.
I'm gonna try.
I found it. Okay.
You press
Um,
the palm of your hand deeply into Kevin's forehead. Does he say anything or do anything? It's this
Magic
wash
be
of radiant
magic
light.
be gone.
Magic be gone.
Kevin, you feel this pulse of energy surge through your body harmlessly.
Eh?
You
Yeah, remember anything more now?
Do I remember anything more, DM?
I mean, you still remember the ring slipping off of your finger.
Yeah, like I told you. I'm sorry, guys. It accidentally slipped off.
I don't. Okay. Things you do. You don't do things by accident. Name one other thing you've done by accident.
Kill a guy.
Touche.
Oh.
I
It's
can.
true, that
I
was
concede the
pretty
floor.
fast.
I have been cornered.
Next witness.
I'm telling you, nothing was wrong with my memory. I guess in my haste to get out of there, my ring must have just caught on something and fell off. I didn't realize anything, and then by the time when I should have, I was being chased by some guards, and there was just some yelling. So
Wait, I'm confused. Why did you leave all of your stuff with Callum?
I think we all know what that is, Rafal.
no, you don't. No, you don't.
We have
It was-
really good insight.
It seems like if you were pulling a job, you would take your wings and other things like
The
that.
least amount of tools with you to do the job.
Yeah, so I left them with Callum.
Why?
Just in case I was arrested.
You left your greatest escape plan with Callum.
The Kevin I know doesn't plan on getting arrested.
Look,
In fact, the Kevin
Look,
I know would
Listen,
like.
it had been a long trip through that damn temple, and we were both tired. It's just lots of things could have slipped her mind, okay?
Yes, clearly sexual tension has clouded your mind. I
What?
touch Zara and I cast Remove Curse to try to lift Modify Memory.
All
If
right.
it's there.
What's it look like as Agrimar casts this spell?
He touches her shoulder and this like red energy pulsates through his arms like lightning, and by the time it gets to the palm of his hand, it is a bright white light, and he touches her shoulder, and through the palm of his hand this white light pierces through, and this white light courses through her veins up into her brain and attempts to remove the modified memory into himself and
So
cycling
Zara-
it back into his body.
You feel this energy pound through your person in a way very different to the spell Rafal just cast. And it's almost like Agrimar's attempting to sense something within your soul. And you feel this cool chill run up and down your spine. If you have any cursed items, your attunement to them is temporarily waived. But no additional memories return to them.
This mind is cleared. I don't sense any modified memories. What Kevin says is true.
Then who set the
Look,
estate on fire?
it's-
That didn't happen by accident.
Okay.
Because Callum, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not like your fire ring just goes off.
No, it doesn't.
No, but I had to guess at her size for the ring.
Okay.
I don't know that I got it just right. It's possible that it just slipped off, as she said.
Okay, then who started the fire?
Look. There was something weird in there. I'm sorry, Ryan.
Agrimar casts Zone of Truth to help bring the truth out of Kevin.
There was just something odd in the room. It was like I was being watched or something. I didn't think anything of it because, I didn't see anything. So, I don't know. Something might have happened, and I think as I was escaping, I felt something. I mean, looking back, when Callum told me about the ring, I thought that it was my ring slipping off. It might have been something else, but I think maybe something was in there, and maybe it stole my ring, and maybe that thing caused the fire, but I swear I didn't start the fire.
Rafal, this time, as Kevin is attempting to recall this, Kevin, go ahead and roll me Agrimar. It's a charisma check.
For Zone of
for
Truth?
Zone of Truth. Yeah, charisma 19.
She starts attempting to speak some of these words and finds her own jaw physically shutting itself as she's trying to spittle out a tale. But as she mentions possibly accidentally just dropping her own ring, she's able to speak freely.
Everyone else should probably roll the save as well. But Agrimar say, she is telling the truth. She dropped the ring. But it was the garbled portion, was that of who started the fire?
Yeah, it seems she's able to tell you she was alone in the room. She might have felt like she was being watched, but there was never any sort of concrete proof that anyone else was in the room with her. Whether she just had a bad feeling about the job and let that creep too far, it's hard to say in hindsight. But
Kevin,
she's not positive if there was anyone else in the room, even through a Zone of Truth spell.
Zara, do you remember everything from that night?
Yes.
You said the DC was 19, Lucas?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Do you want to fail?
Oh, no. I made the save.
Why?
So Thule's aware that you can lie openly.
Callum, did you know that she was going?
Callum's also under the zone of truth, right?
Yep, and you
Yep.
failed.
Save, yes.
Thule's the only one that can lie openly.
Balls in
Agrimar
her
failed it
court.
too.
You know what?
Oh.
Fuck it. If someone wants to ask me something, I'll roll a save. Let's see. Natural 20.
After
good.
We talked.
After we spent some time together, and we talked, she said she had some errands to run. I was content. She seemed happy. I didn't want to interfere with what she had to do.
I mean, that's fair.
Look, I'm sorry I left it behind. I would have noticed if I hadn't been followed by those stupid guards.
How did they even see you?
I don't know.
Well, if she didn't have her ring, she wouldn't have been invisible, so...
And she
I
didn't
only-
have her wings, just so she couldn't fly.
Yeah, I think her wings ended up in the corner of the room.
Well,
That's not what I meant to say.
yeah.
No.
Uh-huh.
No. I was dropping off. I was talking to Callum, and I was going to leave my stuff there for the heist. And that's a lie. That was not planned. But
So once again, Zara's jaws start to seize up right in the middle of this sentence.
look, I just don't understand why we're asking so many questions here. I accidentally left the ring. I'm sorry. For some reason, the place caught on fire.
Places don't just catch on fire when you just happen to be there.
Rafal, roll me an intimidation check.
We do know that there were guards that could see people who were visible, right?
You have a +9 to intimidation? Jesus.
Fuck, dude.
I am very
He's got a lot of
charismatic.
charisma.
Oh, that's a charisma thing. Oh, never mind. I take back my statement.
Yeah, Agrimar's rocking up
I am
+1.
also proficient in it. Uh, 19 on that intimidation.
Over the course of the next couple of minutes, there is a bit of a back and forth from the party and Zara trying to get a better understanding of what happened. But as the minutes start to tick by and the clearer picture starts to form, as Zara's more superfluous answers are physically restricted before they're able to be spun up effectively, you guys learned that effectively the reason she started to panic is she slipped on top of a desktop while making her way back out from one of the study's windows, and in doing so might have knocked one of the candelabras over, and in a bit of a rushed panic close the window and get out of there before somebody investigated the clatter. She might have dropped a ring behind and might have started a fire herself.
When she went to grab the table as she fell, it's quite possible the ring caught, slipped, fell off her hand, and the candelabra went with it.
All right.
She would have been visible to everyone else.
All right.
That's
all right.
what I'm gleaming from this.
I think we all understand what happened now. I'm sorry, Kevin.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for announcing it to the world. I know, I made a mistake.
Here's my question.
I've just been out of practice.
Okay. Now, the problem is that the guards know you did it. They know who you are. They know who we are. Like, you've worked with Cassandra Creed before. Like, she knows who you are.
Me?
I don't know if the guards would necessarily know who she is.
Yes, she's been a guard before. Like an honorary guard.
And apparently
Callum,
they know it's my ring. Look.
I haven't told all of you, but the gods have been following me all day. They know that I'm associated with a halfling that meets your description, Kevin. They know it's you.
Okay.
But how could they know it's her? At
She's
best, they've
the
got a
only
description of
halfling
a
that
small
has
person.
announced that she was with the Fofarites to a public figure before.
The Fofarites are gone.
Yes,
Reese
but
asked
they
about
are
the
associated
Fofarites.
with arson and causing mayhem in Misthaven, specifically Old Misthaven. They are known, and now she is known.
But I thought they were only known for that because Thule went out and set those fires.
No. Beforehand,
no.
when they were setting the fires in Old Misthaven, we captured one of the Fofarites, and Kevin went and interrogated this Fofarite in front of the guards in Old Misthaven.
All that aside, the guards from Jaeger's estate saw her.
Yes.
They're automatons, right?
Correct. They saw her, but she's associated with them. And who knows what that woman said when we weren't there.
Zara is absolutely correct. They're automatons. There's not really any gods that are around his estate. And second, even if they did see someone running from the estate, it's not like they can identify the person.
Wait, why did the guards track you down then, Zara?
They apparently saw me.
City guards saw her effectively jumping the fence on her way out, but she wasn't detected by the automatons on the estate.
So you got caught by the city guard.
Yes.
What do you got caught jumping the fence from a place that was on fire? What do you want?
Nothing.
That's what I'm saying. She didn't do it, obviously.
Well, I mean, she did, though.
She did part of it, but...
She did all of it. She broke in and she started the fire.
Accidentally.
I understand, but she still made the decision to break in. That's what they're going to say. She broke in.
But I didn't start the fire.
No, but you did burgle somebody.
According to the three above, you did.
I didn't steal anything.
But you still broke into his house. That's the point. You broke the law.
Yes, but I didn't steal anything.
Like they care.
Yes.
Look, if you want...
Yes, Rafal, you're right. She broke in, just like we all did.
I didn't.
You sent us on a mission to this house not a month ago.
Yeah, and you didn't get caught. Look,
Rafal, if it makes you happy, I'll just turn myself in again and I can post bail.
Whatever. we need a solution. You can't just be on the run, right?
No, I can't. No.
That's all I'm
Look,
saying. I'm just trying to look at this as realistically, right?
yes.
We need an answer to this because you have to explain why you were in there to Cassandra Creed. Honestly, Kevin, that's really what it comes down to, right? If we're going to
Yeah.
solve this, that's what you have to be able to explain.
Of course. I'll just say to her that I was in there because I wanted to test my skills.
That's a terrible reason.
Horrible lie.
What do you expect? What lie should I tell
Tell
Cassandra Creed?
what were
Gently
you
right
doing
now,
there?
if she's trying to lie, she can't, right?
She
If
can't
she's
lie
inside
right
of the
now.
zone of truth.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I just assumed when she did that, that means that her jaw was clenching.
Yeah, that's her jaw clenching.
I mean,
Oh, well, what's the worst that will happen to me? They obviously won't.
You'll
put me
be
to death.
executed and hanged.
does Rafal know what the penalty is for breaking into the noble's estate is and starting a fire?
For breaking in, it's probably jail time, like less than a year, probably like up to 6 months, depending on what was burgled. The arson could probably get a couple of years.
What about for good behavior? And Kevin was
I mean, she's looking at pretty decent jail time.
I mean,
For
Agrimar
assaulting
got
the officer, for fleeing,
I mean, and now she's broken out of
breaking out of jail.
Oh
Yeah.
god! I mean, she's committed so many felonies.
I know.
I mean,
it's really-
Agrimar was in jail for breaking curfew.
And
Like,
this is why
that
we're
shit
not
is
going to
real.
turn her in.
No,
But
but we
I-
have to solve this because she can't. It's either she skips town, Callum, or we solve this.
The best
What if we
way is
talk
to
to
solve
Cassandra
the
Creed?
problem, and then her name will be cleared at the end of the day.
What if we talk to Cassandra Creed?
And tell her what?
She is as straight as the arrow is true.
Yeah, you're gonna
God,
need a
she-
good
Just trying to
reason.
shit her is not going to get your case across.
You could fake
She
my death.
So it all comes back to this Jaeger asshole. We know
He
he's
could fake my
involved
death.
in something.
Yeah,
we
We know-
do, but we
nothing
haven't pinned
illegal,
anything
though.
on him.
And if there was a fire in the office where you found the papers, they're probably gone. So we can't even incriminate him.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
The only thing we can do is catch him with his hands dirty, which means we have to figure out where his next meeting is in the sewers.
Look, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but doing business with the dwarves of Valeria, not a crime. As much as I wish it was.
Smuggling artifacts of the city is.
Not necessarily.
He is the keeper of the museums, correct?
Yes.
That's correct.
He's allowed to do these things, Agrimar. That's
Then
what I'm
why
trying
wouldn't
to say.
he do them out in the open,
Well,
Rafal?
because it's not good. Like look,
Exactly.
yes, I understand that, but it's not a look. Cassandra Creed doesn't care about the politics of it, right? She cares about crimes.
And then how?
You've met the
how-
woman. You know her.
I do. That's why I'm trying to pin anything I can on him. If he's doing underhanded deals in the sewers, then it would make sense if he was doing something against the law. Otherwise, he has the clout to do it out in the open with no worry.
No, he's not doing it out in the open because he's not going to challenge House Arcana. Arcana?
Arcana has
Arcanus.
no power over him.
No, they have control over the exotic trade business. And they
Do you
don't get
think
along.
he's trying to import goods to sell them for more money?
He's broke. That's why he needs the help. Jaeger's businesses aren't doing well right now.
So we have nothing, and Kevin is at fault. That is where we're at.
I guess.
Well, we did find out about some soul stones in the sewers.
That's
Yes, there is the whole underground that you all have access to, and I should not go in.
Technically, Reese only gave us 100% access to 2 points.
Well,
We get first serve on
specifically
those.
saying, Tuli, that I should not endeavor in any of those adventures below the city, because I am a dog that can't be kept on a leash.
It's not true.
I appreciate that. There is that angle, but I don't know if that would incriminate Lord Jaeger at all. Rafal, do you think your mother might have any information that might incriminate Lord Jaeger to help get Kevin off the line on this?
Not enough
To the
to
city?
convince anyone. Like, we would need a Faeferite, we would need all sorts of other corroborating people
I mean,
who it is.
All we have is that Lord Diego did not put men out when he learned of an incursion on the ports, right?
Oh,
No, he actually increased the guard. Or the guard was
He-
actually increased.
He knew the city needed more protection, and he did not provide it.
it's not his job.
No,
I know.
he didn't bring in more goods to the city, wasn't that it? Because supplies were
Well-
low. And that's not exactly incriminating. That's
No.
Again,
I'm just
it's
trying to find
business,
anything.
It's not a crime.
Nobody else is coming up with better ideas. I'm just throwing things out there.
I could potentially fake my death.
I have an idea.
You have an idea? What's it
I
gonna
have
be?
No, I'm not going to stab you in the back, Kevin.
I'm gonna stab you in the front.
Exactly. Well, faking your death could definitely work. I don't think it would be efficient to keep you disguised at all times, because eventually that's going to fail, you know?
They have spellcasters that can see through disguises.
Yeah. I briefly spoke with Sergeant Cruz Serrato, which is how I learned they were looking for you.
Mm-hmm.
I could possibly see if I could pull some strings with him, see if I could get your name cleared, maybe. See if he can put in a good word with Cassandra Creed. It's not much, but it's something.
You mean frame somebody else?
Yes.
Can we make it someone in the Thieves Guild?
I could speak to Reese, see if there's anybody that they're looking to get rid of.
Oh, why
I
would
know
they?
a halfling named Karen.
Why would they
By
turn
the
themselves
temple not too
in?
long ago.
You do have a bounty board list of names for other
We-
people that have committed similar such arsons.
We would have to see if any of them were halflings. You know, I'll go speak to Reese. He kind of
Wait.
he doesn't owe me a favor, but I can pay him for info.
Wait, we don't necessarily need to be it.
Here's the thing, not many people know that I am associated with you, Rafal.
I mean, Boyle does though.
Oil schmoil.
Don't Boyle schmoil me.
No, I've put more than enough money in that man's pockets. He should be grateful.
He never will be grateful. It's about power, Thule.
I understand that. I can gain power as well. He's not special.
No, but he's powerful.
I figure that either somebody on the bounty board or there's somebody that he wants gone that could be a similar description to Kevin that we could frame.
How many other female halflings are running around in the city starting fires?
It
Or
could
at
have
least
been
being
a
suspicious?
missight. It could have actually been that this person was just an abnormally short human. Maybe it was a male halfling. Maybe it was a gnome. You know,
Hey,
It could have been
Callum.
a dwarf.
Callum, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Could you make a simulacrum of Kevin that could do the time?
that's brilliant. Oh my god.
Because then it would actually be Kevin serving the sentence, wouldn't it? Tell me I'm wrong.
Do simulacrums have that much autonomy, though?
Yes,
I'm gonna
upstairs Callum is Callum, downstairs pretty much.
I'm gonna have to look into that a little bit.
Rafal, I agree with the sentiment, but do you think that is truly right in this situation?
Agamar, I just offered to blackmail a guard. I don't think anything's right now.
I mean, okay, look. Framing
I'm
someone,
just saying
I'm not
Rafal holds
comfortable.
us to such high
Look,
regard.
okay, look. I'm not comfortable with framing someone, right? I'm pretty convinced that Kevin it bears some responsibility here.
I was breaking into Laura Dieger's
I'm not
place to
saying
get
you
some
were
information.
wrong. I didn't say you were wrong. I said you bear responsibility. There's a difference. I don't disagree with what you did, but you did do it and you did get caught, right?
Yes, I did.
There
and
you
I
go. That's all I'm
apologize.
saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay? I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying I'm stating facts, okay?
Mm-hmm.
The simulacrum, Callum, does it have, I mean, it just does what you tell it to do, right?
I'm looking at the spell, and I mean, it does get a fair amount of autonomy. That's how I was able to use it as like the Callum in the shop. But you can only have one at a time, and it takes a while to create one.
Yeah, could you get like a spell scroll with it? With the spell that is needed? And then one of us
could we
cast
have
it?
actual Kevin get arrested, thrown in jail, and then go and replace her in jail with the simulacrum?
I mean, I was about to suggest that. That seems like the best course of action. I mean, the courts here move pretty slowly, right?
No.
Oh.
They arbitrate justice magically.
Oh.
It's pretty quick. She's like,
Oh,
nope,
no.
you're lying. Boom!
Well, by that, then Kevin doesn't know that, she started the fire, so technically she's not, responsible. There could have been someone there. Reasonable doubt.
Rafal, it is. What you say is it's worth investigating, but I have to go back to my shop to pull out my books and make sure I know how to pull this off. It may take me a day or two, but
I'm just throwing ideas out there, buddy.
No, I understand. Look, I appreciate everyone's trying to help Zara. For now, I do think that the best thing we can do is go back and act normally. Zara can stay with me. No one will be looking for her in my shop. They'll be looking for her at the inn or in her other known places. And maybe I can find something in the next day or two. But let's just keep her hidden for now. Well, it seems like everyone agrees, so... Zara, shall we go?
Yeah, fine.
And you guys can all see that Callum is like, the wheels are spinning in his head. He's really starting to kind of crunch through. What could he do? How could he make this work? And he starts making his way away from out of the temple.
Tuli Nari, if you can give Rafal and I a moment. I need to speak with him.
Okay.
Of course, I have some things to think about. Maybe I'll say hi to Vale on the way out.
Rafal,
Yeah.
this isn't how you want to rule this kingdom once you have control, is it?
What do you mean?
Letting people do backhanded things and get away with what they were doing?
Are you talking about Jaeger or Kevin?
In this case, Kevin, you're talking about completely circumventing the law by putting in a snowman instead of her, when she clearly, without your approval, went and broke into this man's house for no reason. Doesn't seem right at all.
I mean, Agrimar, we know that this man is connected to the Golden Lotus, do we not?
As far as we know, he's connected to the dwarves of Valerian. And like you said...
So hold up. He's connected to the dwarves, the Faithfulries, and the Golden Lotus. He has connections to all three.
Right. But in this current case, he has nothing tying to him. And what evidence she has, which is basically nothing.
I understand that, Agrimar. That is the dilemma, is it not? Is that we know that Jaeger's a bad guy, but what she did is against the law, and she got caught, right? Like, I understand.
All I'm saying is that you didn't come to get me out of prison for breaking curfew, and she's breaking into a noble's house. What happens if this is all figured out and she's still on that path, just taking and breaking into wherever she wants to?
I mean,
when you're in charge and you have to deal with it because she's personal to you. Where do you draw the line with the people around you? I've been trying for the last 16 months to be better, be a better person, be with the law, and be with you.
Look, Agrimar, you know as well as I do that in order to run the kingdom, you can't always do things within the law. There have to be things that move in the shadows. That's always going to be there. Boils of the like are always going to be there. Now, we can find a way to deal with those things, or we can try to be authoritarian and stamp them out. And I don't think the latter works, personally. There's a reason why these things happen. Nobles take, other people don't have. That's why they get stole from. Right? Like...
Agreed. You do what's right, not necessarily by the law.
Right. Jaeger is doing something wrong. I know this, you know this. We can't prove it, right? But he is, right? What Kevin did...
Technically, not doing anything against the law.
I understand that, but is what Kevin did wrong?
And that's what I'm just trying to understand.
Well, I'm saying what she did wasn't wrong, Agrimar.
Okay. If that's how you think that it's supposed to be...
I mean, do you disagree?
Then I agree with you.
Okay. I mean, I think that... I mean, wouldn't you agree that you're kind of happy about what she learned?
Of course I am, Rafal. It's just... a lot has gone on. And I want to make sure that I know what you think is right and true. It's, there's been a lot of shades of gray in what we have been doing recently, or things that have been going on around us. I want to make sure I'm on the right path.
I mean, I think what we did with the Oracle was on the right path. And look, if Callum's simulacrum is what is in jail, I don't know. Is there morality about simulacrums that we need to consider? I don't know. But
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that if people are financed enough are able to get out of a crime by putting in a substitution. Is that right?
It might not be. Is there a way to stop it?
Only finding evidence on Lord Jaeger and proving that this was a good Samaritan, but even good Samaritans get jail time for breaking and entering.
Maybe, maybe not, right? Depends on the size of the perpetrator. So you're right. If we can bring Jaeger to justice, then that is definitely a way to solve
it. Will give
this.
Kevin a leg up in the prosecutions.
It would definitely absolve her, right? Because she would, if we can prove that he's a traitor, that would be really the thing that would absolve her. But we can't prove it.
What I'm saying, Rafal, is that when you become king, you can make the laws of this city. And I want to make sure that I understand them so that they are upheld correctly.
I mean, I'm not going to be the only one making those decisions.
No, but the people that are put on executioners' platforms are left up to the highest of orders.
I mean,
You and I have broken the law before, but it was right.
It's obvious that the system doesn't. You don't. Maybe the solution is you don't execute people, Agrimar. Because sometimes, most of the times, we're not always right. Trinia, great example.
Exactly.
Yeah. So maybe the solution is you don't kill people.
I'm just saying that's the worst case scenario. I just want to be by your side and make sure that what you say is the way it's supposed to be.
I mean, look, like I said, I think doing what's right is important, Agrimar, right? And what she did
We are in agreement with that, Riffle.
Yeah, and what she did was right. It will maybe not have been lawful, but it was right. It was good.
All right.
Right?
Then let's make sure that everyone else knows.
Yeah, I mean, but Cassandra Creed's not going to see it that way.
No, not now. But if you become king of the city, that might be right and lawful to those that adhere to that spectrum.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody came to me and explained to me, I think that's the thing, right, Agrimar? We have to have proof of the crimes for people to believe us.
I agree. Kevin was telling the truth. We know what happened. So let's make sure that everyone else thinks as highly of Kevin as us.
Oh, that's going to be a tall order.
If you're going to be future king, tall orders are an everyday meal.
I'm honestly surprised she didn't just leave town.
Please. She's clearly got the hots for Callum. She isn't going anywhere.
I mean, I'd like to think that it's loyalty, but, not 100% sure on that one.
Yeah, she's outside of the zone of truth at this point.
It definitely is not 100%. Like, it's like I'd like to believe it.
While I have you here, Rafal, how are you doing? I haven't asked you this in over a year. Is everything going all right?
No, it's not going all right. But,
Troubles with the queen?
Well, yes and no. Damn the zone of truth. Yeah, she did lie to me earlier today, but I think it's because that she can't actually tell me what she wants to tell me because of the terms of the contract that she's under, and that it has something to do with what's in the treasure chamber that Nari asked me to ask her about. Something's in there that she can't tell me about, Agrimar.
Did you happen to notice any magical barriers or defenses amongst the castle?
There's tons. Artoria's Simper's
Anything
got
warding
that place.
anything on the ethereal plane?
Oh yeah, like Artoria's got it locked down. Oh, but I could ask. Oh, that is a good person I could ask.
Because I can get in if you want me to investigate anything that's in the treasure chambers that's not specifically worn by the queen.
I mean, I don't think it's the crown that she wears because I'm pretty sure she had that one made. But it also doesn't look like fangs, right? Crown.
DM question.
Crown of fangs? Is that a thing?
It is a thing.
Why do I remember that?
I think that's something you saw in one of the mirrors.
Rafal had all of the pieces on his body.
Rafal knows what all the pieces look like. Holy shit, that's why Nick knows these things. I'm like, why? I'm like, yeah, guys, we totally know. But
he was wearing all of it next to.
No, she was wearing all of it. Where's that damn picture? Hold on.
No, you were sitting on the throne with all that shit on it.
Rafal was wearing the 7 fragments of Ecdysis with the queen behind him and like an undead dragon beside her.
Where is that damn picture? The canonic being. There it is.
Yeah, DM, can you put that back up on the thing?
Which one?
Oh god,
the Rafal image.
I don't see it anymore.
I don't think Rafal was specifically in it, right?
So there's the crown of fangs. That was one image.
Agrimar's like, Rafal, describe it to me, so that way Agrimar could see it all.
And then standing behind Rafal, garbed in all the pieces of Ecdysis, was the queen and the undead dragon.
Right. Which we presume is the 7 pieces coming together, becoming the Titan or whatever. But that crown isn't the same as the queen's crown, right?
It's one and the same.
Ah, fucking Rafal, I knew it. Rafal, what you're describing.
Nick didn't put that together, but god damn it. Okay.
Agrimar has a thing for magic items. Sorry. Rafal, what you're describing. That's a piece of Ecdysis.
Yep, just realized that.
Now,
okay.
All things aside, we don't know.
Nari! I have a question!
Yes?
Nari, come back in here.
I wasn't eavesdropping.
Oh, Ryan, we need a save from Nari, please.
That's right.
Oh no!
At disadvantage because if she's in the temple, right?
She has disadvantage on checks in the temple.
She
5.
fails.
Fails either way. So she has to speak the truth.
Not while she's over there, only while in the zone of truth.
Come here.
Which is why she's able to say, I wasn't eavesdropping.
We know. We have to ask you something about the wrappings on your arms. Can I see them, please? Can you come here so I can get a closer look?
She holds her arms up. Unsure if this is a question fit for Ryan or for Amanda.
Yeah, don't know.
Well, I think Nick and I were on the same page. I want to see what these wrappings, what's the underlying thing that the wrappings are affecting Nari with?
How do you mean?
I'm going to use some mythic die and cast a spell that I don't have on my spell list at the moment, and I'm going to cast Legend Lore and burn the gold for it. I want to know exactly what these wrappings are doing to Nari.
Oh shit!
All right. What's it look like
a
as
clutch
Agrimar
move.
casts this spell?
He's never cast Legend Lore before. I think as he touches the wrappings, he takes whatever energy is within this magic item, and it goes up his arms like black veins, and it goes up to his necks, and he does the kind of Thanos strain as those veins start to go black, and it goes up and it coalesces into his forehead, and an eye opens up on his forehead, and all three eyes are golden in color as he sees exactly what the legend behind this lore is.
Agrimar, as everybody witnessing you sees your own eyes just kind of wash over with this golden light, as you grab hold of these wrappings, everybody sees as these shadows start to stretch out from in between, and they just fill up Nari's arm and quickly shoot into Agrimar, and his veins just ripple for the briefest of moments. Agrimar, you see this enormous creature about the size, maybe like a whale or something. This thing is frigging huge. This ocean-like crustacean, the likes of which you've never seen before, as it is slowly just drifting its way across the astral sea, with its flailing tentacles reaching out into the darkness of the void before it. And you start to sense life forms moving about on the inside of it. As you grab hold of these shredskin wrappings, this fragment of ectasis, this singular piece of a greater whole, you start to understand some of the arcane effects that I believe it was Callum has already discerned about them, as well as some additional curse effects that are currently afflicting Nari.
That's what I wanted to know.
If that works right, the magical properties are what pops up in the handout, and then I just whispered you some of the additional effects the wrappings are having on Nari. Compelling her to seek out more of the whole, to be made whole again. Additionally, Agrimar, you sense that Nari is equipped not only with one fragment of ectasis, but a greater piece of the whole flowing through her veins.
The blood of the throne, right?
The blood she drank. The blood of the Titan. And the shredskin wrappings.
Is Nari a bad guy?
He touches this and he says, and in his eyes, kind of that golden color, all three of them. Horrible. She is cursed by...
And that's where we're going to end tonight's session. So that she can...
Can we just switch perspectives just for a tick?
Meanwhile, outside, Callum and Zara are making their way along. What do we see?
What do we see?
I was trying to do good. I was trying to do something. I thought that I was doing something great. I mean, we snuck into Lord Yeager's estate before, so why did everything change now? I mean, yeah, I know I was caught, and I was caught. God damn it, I was caught.
I understand, Zara, and I agree with you. I think the problem is that, well, yes, someone saw someone who might have been you. But I know how we can do this. Rafal has insight at times. He saw what I was planning. I don't know how. May have been something to do with that spell that Agamar cast. I don't know.
Maybe.
But here's my plan. Tonight, I will need your assistance. But I can make a simulacrum of you. But listen to me, and this is what I think we should do. I'll make the simulacrum, and you can use the hat of disguise to make yourself look like the Callum that is already in place. And then tomorrow, I shall take the replacement to the inn, and, well, it can turn itself in. You and I will be the only two who know about it. The others will just believe that it's you, and that you're turning yourself in until we take care of the problem. Something has gone off. I don't know what it is, but it seems as if many of them have, I don't know, they've just become so suspicious of you.
No,
And
I did something clearly wrong, and this was the Foforites. God, I wouldn't be able to show my face around there. I've been off for a while, and I know that, and it's just with Verada and Thule, and the whole Oracle thing, something just slipped, and I just wasn't at the top of my game. I don't blame them. I made more of a mistake.
well, now you have an opportunity to hide yourself, to recover yourself. And I'll be the only one who knows.
How long will I have to stay as, how long will I have to pretend to be the your simulacrum?
Only whenever one of them is around. I mean,
So
and it's up to you. This is a way to take care of the authorities. They will have caught their person.
I guess.
You'll have your hat of disguise. You can go about the city as much as you'd like.
Right. And then, I guess if they're going off on some adventure, I could tag along as a simulacrum. We could pretend that maybe it's just extra backup,
And if we go on some sort of adventure, then maybe that's when you choose to reveal yourself.
Yeah.
The decision is yours. I'm not trying to hide you away so that you have to just stay that way. We are giving the authorities what they're after, and I'm giving you a chance maybe to see who really cares about you.
Yeah, let's do it. What do you need?
I need your help preparing, and it will be expensive, but I think we can manage that part.
Well, money's not an issue.
Considering the jail has all your money.
Does the jail have all my money, DM?
Has as much money as you took into Lord Jaeger's estate.
I would have imagined just 500 gold pieces just for bribes.
What'd you do with the 68,000 copper you got? Or silver?
Left it with Callum.
That was in her
Callum?
right boot.
Nice.
But let's get back to the shop. We can work out all the details there.
All right. Okay. I know that I did some. I know what I did was right. I don't know what happened.
The two
I
of
know
them-
you were.
Go ahead.
I know that you were trying to do what you thought was right. Maybe the timing was off. Maybe you weren't quite there. You weren't quite committed to it. But that's okay. We're gonna take care of it.
As the two of them continue down this cobbled street, as the sun continues to set lower in the distance, as a passerby starts making his way up his shortened step stool to begin lighting some of the street lamps, the two of them walk hand in hand into the night.
Can I do
Go
something
ahead.
just super, super quick before we end? I really need
Absolutely.
to. Okay.
Get it out, Summer.
Okay, yeah. Thule, she is going to find Vale wherever he is in the Temple of the Maker. She's going to find him, pull him into an empty room, and she's going to pull her ring that she gave him out of her pocket, that she took off his body. She's going to hold it out to him. She's going to make sure the door is locked behind them. She's going to hold it out to him and say, I need to tell you something, and you cannot tell anybody. It'll be a promise, just like when we were younger. Can you do that?
I swear my oath on it.
Oh, no. She's going to feel bad about that, but that doesn't matter. So she'll give him the ring on the necklace to him, or however he preferred to wear it. And she's going to give him a kiss on the forehead and settle down to tell him a lot of shit.
What does this shit entail, Summer? What does it entail?
We'll have to
Whispers
find out
between
later.
Summer and Ryan.
Literally. It's between me and the DM.
You'll never know. Unless you can get this guy to break his oath.
I think
Oh,
she
don't
would
even
rather kill
test
him.
me, Ryan.
I'm pretty sure if it came to him telling anybody, she would actually kill him. Because that's what their promises were beforehand. As stupid as it was as children, is that they take this to the grave.
And he's already has once.
Mm-hmm. Technically, he already took all that to a grave, so it's round 2.
So you know he can be trusted. I think that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
God, this feels like the first 4 sessions worth of bullshit, and we're dealing with this 3 years later.
Sorry.
No, it's good. It's just like, oh, we're dealing with this stuff now. Okay.
Honestly, I love all the secrecy between everybody while this is going on. I love it.
Rafal's over here just being upfront and honest and shit, and everyone's just going around doing shady shit. God damn it!
Excuse me?
What? People who are good at doing shady shit are doing shady shit.
I'm trying to make sure everyone is who they're supposed to be at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you're not going to like this hat of disguise idea then.
You're not going to like Tule's ideas either.
I was trying to get Rafal to stick to his morals and be like, she's against the law. And he's like, no, the law doesn't matter. And I'm like, oh, so that's where we're at.
No, I didn't say that. I said what's right and what's wrong.
You kind of said that.
I mean, I said, yeah. I mean, because, let's be honest, right? Lord Yeager's a bad guy, right? Why would I use the law as a cudgel to protect him? That doesn't make sense, right? It's about what's right. And what's right for the city is taking down Lord Yeager, right? And it's not necessarily having Kevin in jail.
Agramar's just trying to look ahead and say, what if someone else says that Rafal is not right for the city? What does the law say about that?
I don't know. If they want to make that argument, they can, right? They're more than welcome to.
I know. Agramar in that conversation was trying to judge Rafal where he was at to see how far he needed to go to make sure that Rafal was still in his path to becoming king.
So, I do want to say, I was sitting there typing to Rachel back and forth with this idea I had for making a simulacrum, and we were
I
gonna like
know.
substitute it. And then Nick's like, "Callum, can you make a simulacrum?" I was like, "Damn it, Nick!"
Well, I was like, it
In
just
the
like
zone of truth?
it was
I
literally
know.
like I was just like, yeah, we literally
Right in
just
front of
met
his
your
salad.
simulacrum. We just saw 2 Callums, so I was just like, it was so obvious.
I do have to say this has been. I did not imagine this to go a way that it did. I
Me
thought
neither.
There was a completely different plan.
What did you think break-in and arson was going to turn out to be?
No. I fully intended. I messaged Ryan. I fully intended for Kevin to get in jail.
Yeah, I had a whole prison break ready to go.
Yeah.
We got
I was
Spencer
legit-
right out of
I
it.
was- I have a
Right, I
7th
had-
level spell that will let me walk through the surface of the earth, and I would have walked over there to get you if I knew you were in jail.
I had a whole plan.
I have
And now
I
I
have
have a new plan.
etherealness. I can be
did.
ethereal for 8 hours. I can walk through everything for 8 hours.
I was just gonna go talk to Cassandra Creed and get her out of jail.
Well, yeah, I mean, we were all going to get Kevin out of jail, but
And
I was also
all of you just didn't act fast enough because clearly you don't care about her as
I
much as Callum
had-
Well,
does.
hold on. No, because now
no,
it
because
comes
clearly
down
some
to
of us have real things to do in life besides stealing and robbing from people.
Well, hold on, because
Didn't
there's
steal
yourself.
anything.
Hold up.
She didn't
Hold up.
steal anything.
These things are also not equivalent, Ben, because you also broke her out of jail versus us just getting her out of jail.
That
so
was my plan B, was
technically,
breaking her out.
you made it worse.
Did I make it worse or
Yes, because now she's
You made it
broken out of
better for her.
jail.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Well, to be fair,
Magic
do you
fixes
really
all
think?
things.
Of course.
Do we really think that Kevin would have gotten out of jail once that guard whose name I forgot?
Gru, no one believes Gru. He's a screw up. You know how easy it would be to be like,
He's
you
been
messed-
demoted so many times.
You would be like, Gru, you messed up the name, dude. That's Kevin's my friend. Why would you? Are you kidding? Like, it would be so easy.
Agramar saved his daughter from dying.
We could still do that.
I could have went in there. No, I'm
I
just
was
saying,
still
like,
going to do that.
Agramar could easily be like, dude, you're fucking it up. Give her a free pass. Agramar can vouch.
I'm just saying, we have connections.
You have
Agramar has
connections.
connections with the underworld and the upper world. What can
You
I
have
say?
connections. Thule threatened his job. Like,
They were just
There's a
saying-
way we could have done this that didn't involve breaking you out of jail.
We could have been
I
above the
did.
books.
I was going to.
She was ready to pay bail, and we worked out a whole bail system for the city.
You know what? Keep it all.
I love the
It's
part where
gonna
Callum's
happen
just
at some
like,
point.
"Bail? What the hell are you talking about? I've
Yeah.
never heard of that."
I actually muted myself because I was no.
I
You just
know.
dimension doored her right out.
Mhm. That
I mean,
that
it's
was
a
your
good
plan
thing
B,
you
right?
rolled
That
high
was
enough on your
plan B.
perception check to spot him down the alleyway. Otherwise, you would have gone to the Citadel to pay her bail.
And they would have been like, oh shit, she's not here.
Okay, can we talk about the larger
And
part,
then that
which
would have
is
fallen on me.
can we talk about the larger part, which is that if Nari has a curse on her to get the piece of Exorcist, that means that the Queen probably has a curse on her to get the pieces of Exorcist.
We
Which
have to
Which
go
could be
see-
why she's not willing to tell you about any pieces she's found.
exactly, and
Or
why she
she
said she
could-
was
there
very
could be
interested in
something-
meeting Nari.
That there could be
And the
something
professor.
other than the curse that is affecting somebody's mental state and what they can and can't say. Yeah, like that's what Agramar's trying to figure out now. Because the Queen's been kind of weird with Rafal, and he doesn't like it. Agramar doesn't like it.
Could just be low.
I mean, Rafal didn't even get
Anybody
to tell
should
you.
fall for Rafal right now, and anybody that is like, oh no, is a liar and a son of a bitch.
I mean, Rafal didn't even get to tell you about his mom yet, because that complicates things. Because, like, does his mom have a piece of Exorcist?
Oh, Mama
Like,
Eddie,
what
yeah.
happened?
You got to tell me about that.
Yeah. So that'll be fun.
I swear to God, I'm going to have to punch Lord Jaeger right in the face for Rafal so he doesn't get in trouble.
I think we're all going to have to punch him in the face.
You're gonna have a reason to punch him in the face first.
Well,
we could make
face.
a reason. We could
No.
lie about a reason.
Rafal's going to become king and I'll be like, you stole from the king's cleric? You son of a bitch. Beat him.
You're such an authoritarian. Wow.
What?
Just like,
Rafal wants
beat
to be
them,
king?
execute them.
You have to be an authoritarian. Sometimes you just gotta, open palm is control.
Retrieve the guillotine.
Let's put it this way. Rafal's been a king for this party the entire time. So
We already have the inner workings of a kingdom. There's a lot of
Of a
corruption
court.
going on.
we got a thieves guild, we've got bards, we've got clerics, we've got wizards,
Wizards College,
we've got
and the Merchants Guild.
vampires.
vampires. We have everything.
An arsonist. Funny story.
And
You are
Shreves.
And we're in with the local plant life.
Yeah, Rafal's just over there having nice conversations about demonic dreams, and he didn't even get to ask Nari the question. God damn it!
She hasn't even had it for more than a night, right?
Yeah,
She attuned to it in the morning.
24 hours.
No, Nari's not going to have bad dreams. She doesn't sleep.
Well, she might have like bad daydreams,
Hallucinations, maybe.
hallucinations.
I mean, at best, I was thinking that she'd speak the language.
No, Ben, this is even better. This is even
Right.
better than what I had planned.
Why?
It's so much better.
Because there's more drama.
Yes.
There's
It's
a
great
lot of
RP.
drama.
Plus,
There's
now
to get
Kevin left
into.
Kima behind in jail after they were planning on breaking all those other people out of jail.
I
Yeah,
How do
know.
you spell her
Making
name, by
friends
the
left
way?
and right.
How do you spell-
Kima.
Thank you.
Well, she was already going to get out anyway, so she had a plan, right? She had a plan. She had a plan. Please. She had a plan. She had a plan. She had a plan.
Apparently now you're going to have a Duragar that may or may not work for Reverence.
Hey, she's gonna have her chance. We're about to send Zara back to jail anyway.
I mean, she 1,000% works for Reverence.
Yeah, Agramar saw her for sure.
And Zara, the great thing about a simulacrum is that it actually has all of your abilities. Like everything you can do, it can do.
Oh shit.
Oh, so it can kick my ass too.
Yes.
It just does not. It does not heal its own hit points. You have to spend gold and magic to replenish hit points on it. But skills
For a martial
even
character,
spells.
it's really good.
So it can just hang out in jail really well.
Unless
Yeah,
somebody
exactly.
shanks it.
Well, then
The
it's
big thing
she's
about a
just dead.
simulacrum is they don't recover spell slots either, so
Right.
they're limited for a mage. But if you make them up, say, a rogue, they can be a rogue for as long as they can hide and avoid damage.
This is where Zara becomes Blackjack.
The simulacrum becomes blackjack and a top
No,
peacekeeping force
she
for the
just
city.
has to be in disguise, and so she disguises herself as Blackjack. It's perfect.
So
Does,
my
does,
only
Yeah,
question.
actually.
does Rafal even trust Kevin to be Blackjack now?
I mean, that's exactly the kind of shit Blackjack does. For the record.
Not only that, but Kevin spilled the truth in front of all of us. We know the type of person that Kevin is. At this point, you didn't start a
think we
fire
do.
that you could have.
Yeah.
Willingly. Anyway.
I mean, to be fair, Rafal was defending Kevin the whole time.
I was defending Kevin. I said that.
Agramar was the
Julie said that
prosecutor.
she believed her.
Yeah, so I don't know where, and no one gets off on Rafal was disapproving here. He's just trying to solve the problem.
Agramar was prosecutor for sure.
Yeah, I did.
But-
I did feel that. I did feel the third degree. I did.
I do have one question for the DM. The simulacrum that I created of me, does it have the ability to cast simulacrum?
It has
If
the
it
spells at
does,
which you cast it,
it would
right?
instantly melt upon completing it.
Okay, so that's the question, because it says that if I cast the spell again, any duplicate you created with this spell is instantly destroyed. But
So
if the
it's
simulacrum
essentially
casted
you
it,
casting the spell again, so in order to avoid power creep, it would
Okay.
then melt itself.
So you would
into
have
the
to do a
spell.
scroll of simulacrum and give it to Kevin. and
Wait,
she has to
Ryan, how
cast
did
it.
you make all those simulacrums in the Star Wars game?
He made
The clone
clones.
spell.
Oh, can you cast clone?
I cast clone, and then I had each clone do its 120 days inside of the little pocket dimension rod space that I had to like fully grow all the way. So I had fully grown clones of everyone ready to go.
There's a clone Amic out
Clone
there.
is an 8th level spell, if I remember correctly, which Callum
Athos
is not
has
ready.
a Mandalorian in a clone pod, ready to go.
yeah, I think I need one more level to cast 8th level spells.
Yeah, I'm right there with you with 8th level spells.
Note to self: kill the party before they level up.
I mean, and the wonderful Ridge Bottom Exchange surely has 3,000 gold pieces to make a clone of somebody.
I mean, Zara does.
So, actually, that's going to be
That's
going to be the challenge for me. Is that the whole reason I had my simulacrum is so I could keep the shop running while I was out doing all this crazy adventuring with you guys.
I guess you got to decide: is it your shop or your girlfriend?
This is going to put a real crimp on my my income here.
You're gonna have to actually run the store.
Tell me about it.
I mean, my question, it like almost felt like Rachel was like, "Yeah, I don't want to play anymore."
It did seem like you were trying to get out of playing with us.
No, I wasn't. I'm sorry. I should have.
She wanted to commit arson. That's what it was.
No, legit.
No, it sounds like
was
she
one of
rolled a
those
natural
things.
1, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, it was a natural 1.
Like, she can't roll a natural 1.
Oh, you're right.
I know.
Minimum score of 25
That
for
means she
whatever the
did it
hell
on
she's trying to do.
purpose.
Well, let her say what she was trying to do.
I know it. I was planning with Ryan because that was the thing, being thrown in jail. But my score modifiers are really high, and so
She went for story over ability scores.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing.
So we're over here like mechanically. This isn't possible.
That's impossible. Kevin would never drop a ring.
I mean, that is kind
Really
of what
sorry
Rafal
about
was
that.
saying, right?
Functionally mechanical.
Like Rafal was just kind of like, nah, you,
Yeah.
no.
That's why I zoned the truth, because I was thinking the same thing. I was
Man,
like,
I'm
"You
really
son of, you're lying, you're lying."
I'm
Like
really
you
sorry.
don't leave behind magical items that are expensive. Like
You pick up every silver from every dead body. You don't leave an 8,000 gold piece ring. I was like, "You liar."
I know, and I'm sorry. And I was going to text Ryan, but I'm like, nah, I don't want to do it. So I just imagine, she's closing the window, her finger gets caught in there, the ring slides off as she's trying to get it off, and that's how it goes. I'm very sorry, y'all.
So there was a workplace incident, and I should have known it.
Yes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Rachel.
Oh, because you're the
completely
HR
applaud what
department.
you did.
I'm really sorry.
No, I completely applaud what you did because I do that shit with my character just about every other week. So good on you.
Huh. Really had to
Cut off her hand.
Really had to complicate the downtime there.
Again,
Is it ever truly downtime though?
Nope, not
Never.
anymore.
Remember
I
the
still
last
got shit to build, so you all
Considering-
have fun, whatever you're doing. I got armor to make.
In the city of
last time
Misthaven,
we
there
had,
is no
downtime?
downtime.
Yeah, considering the last time that we had quote unquote downtime, Thule did no downtime.
Oh yeah, because someone was going to hell.
Round 2, Electric Boogaloo.